how you do under pressure.
Rolling, baby, rolling.
Let's see how you do under pressure.
Boom, +2.
Give them a name to remember.
We're about to get back out there and kick some.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure.
They are fired up here.
Yeah, let's see how you do under pressure.
Welcome to a beautiful night in Atlanta, Georgia, home to some of the biggest sports events around the world, and now one of the most electrifying tennis leagues that's taken the world by storm. We are here at Assembly Yards where in Stage 5, the Intense League has taken over. The 2026 season is about to get underway, and fans and teams are ready to get the show started. Hello, everyone. I'm J.Y. Obone alongside Maria Mateus. And Maria, what a weekend we have.
I'm honored to be here with you, J.Y., in such a special place. It's really nothing tennis has ever seen before.
And that's one of the things that fans are still trying to figure out. So many have never seen this before. They know this is exciting, it's fast, it's electric. But what makes this so different than traditional tennis? Well, we had a special guest that helped us explain some of the rules.
Vaya con Dios, Intense amigos. It's your old doubles partner, Chip Rally. You might recognize me from YouTube. I'm here with my old doubles partner, JY.
Chip and I are here to tell you a little bit about Intense.
We like to crack wise, but one thing we don't like to joke around about is why Intense exists. Let's get into the weeds and fertilize some minds on the truth behind the world's favorite tennis league.
There was an opportunity in professional tennis to make the life of a tennis player more financially viable, more stable, more sustainable. So Intense took it and ran with it.
And they ran fast, taking tennis to the next level.
Our players make a salary, which is unheard of in tennis, and you can take home winnings each week.
$9,000 in weekly winnings, $30K in championship winnings. Welcome to the next tax bracket.
The money is one thing, but the stability is another perk. For 8 weeks, Intense players don't have to worry about packing their bags every week and going to another city.
They get to stay here in the capital of tennis earth, Atlanta, where the peaches are green and the tennis balls are greener.
Peaches aren't green, Chip.
Back to you, JY.
10 teams, 8 players per team, 4 men and 4 women, and they get to experience team tennis. With 8 players on each of our 10 squads, they never celebrate victories by their lonesome and never navigate the agony of defeat as a solo act.
That's right. Not only do they have a shoulder to cry on after a loss and a back to slap after a W, they've got a head coach willing to stick his neck out for them. And unlike the coaches at my club, these coaches are good.
The coaching benefits are real.
And you know what else is real around here? The
Fan
merchandise.
experience. Fans, yell, be loud, have fun. Nobody's going to shush you or tell you to have less fun.
Could you imagine someone around here saying, stop having a blast at the tennis? Not going to fly.
And you're not going to be here forever. Our arcs only last about 2 hours.
No endless 5-hour marathon matches that'll have you wondering, am I ever going to see the family again?
There's just enough time for you to sit back,
Stand up,
relax,
get fired up,
and enjoy the tennis.
It truly is so different. The rules that stand out to me the most, JY, are having 1 serve, 2 points for winners, and 14 seconds in between points.
A lot of different rules, and something that didn't take 14 seconds is the build-out to this entire arena. The team and the work that went behind this, you know, this video is going to look like it went so fast. Took 2 weeks to put this together. Look at all of these things that they had to put on, all this hunk of metal. Incredible job by the team, and the third member of our team who has all the good info on how this went down. We're going to go right to her to hear some more. Kelly Kroll.
Thanks, JY. 47 different vendors and Bruce Rogers, who's the mastermind behind a dozen Super Bowl halftime stages. He made Intense stage happen as well. And some fun little details to pass along. This right here, we have 112,000 pounds of truss holding all of this up and together. If you lay them end to end, 4,000 feet. That's like 13 football fields back to back. There are 4 LED stadium-style screens, over 1,000 lights, and the most important part, the court itself. Built from fiberglass, 7 layers of paint on top to make it the most professional level surface in the game. It's the Taj Mahal of tennis centers. And the way this was assembled, a lot like the way the teams were assembled, JY, in the first ever Intense draft.
Yeah, one of the things that was not as assembled, as complicated as this, but still had never been done before in tennis, was a draft. The first ever open draft in professional tennis history. 80 players had to be selected. Did 10 teams, 4 different rounds, 4 different salaries, 4 different kinds of pressure for these players coming in.
It really is such a unique league with so many individuals having had collegiate successes, professionally ranked, and just lots of team-first individuals.
Let's take a look at some of these teams that got to select these players, had to go through the whole scouting process and figure out
Intense
how do
tennis,
they want
let's
to build
fucking
this
roll.
squad. We have the Altitude led by Marcelo Ferreira, the Fortune being led by Tim Siegel, former Texas Tech, the Freeze, Simon Pritchard. Opening night.
So, Intense Outriders versus Intense Fortune. Hello.
Welcome back to Stage 5 in Atlanta, Georgia. We have the opening weekend for the 2026 season of the Intense League. The arena is already getting rocking, and we are going to take a look at the lineups being presented by Emory Sports Medicine. And Maria, as we take a look at these lineups, Stefan Manicella, Josh Cholin, Zoe Hammond, which ones really stand out for you for the Outriders?
For the Outriders, led by Coach Amy O'Connell, Joao Ciolin, known for his work ethic, and Brandy Walker with her team-first mentality, I think are going to bring a lot of fire. And for the Fortune, led by Tim Siegel, the experience on team competitions, Victoria Rodriguez had played Billie Jean King Cup, Jessie Flores, Roberto Cid, both representing their countries in Davis Cup. They got the team spirit going for sure.
Two incredible squads, two incredible coaches, two incredible players about to get started after the coin toss that we'll go down to with Sebastian Nunez right now.
First match of Intense. Team Fortune, you're home. Team Outrider, you're away. So you guys get the call. Heads or tails? Heads, please. Heads is the call. It's tails. All right. Outriders to serve. Good match. Here we go.
And here we go. Opening night, opening play. Opening starter, Zhao Xiaolin on the far side. Going to be leading the Outriders. On the near side, Roberto Cid, Dominican Republic, USF. Absolute legend, got to number 2 in the country while he was his time there, played in all the Grand Slams, bringing some of that experience now to lead the Outriders. Zhao Xiaolin, the Brazilian, one of, if not the most decorated player ever to come out of University of Texas, San Antonio. They're going to be going ahead to lead it. 14 seconds on the clock. One toss, one serve only. Welcome to Intense. The nerves right there. That one missed by a lot. We know where that comes from. This arena is different. The pressure. We're going to have 2 10-minute of men's singles bolts, followed by 2 10-minute women's singles bolts, and then all 3 doubles formats, as we have a big energy start from the Fortune on the near side.
It really is so different, JY, with all the different formats. Very different atmosphere here than traditional tennis, right? I would be extremely nervous as I was starting out just like them, especially with the one serve. You got to make sure you're practicing that weeks before coming out here to perform.
Yeah, and we've seen both of these players at scrimmages and practices, and we know they're taking a little bit off the ball right now to try to find their rhythm, work the point. A lot of times you want to work that out of you by having some longer points, get into some deep breaths, get those nerves out of you. But a 3-0 start for the Fortune, 3-1 now. You only get one serve and one toss, and if your serve hits the net and goes in, it counts and we play it. That one just missed long. First point for the Outriders.
I think the way the coaches prepare these teams is very important. Both coaches are coming with their comeback from coaching in tennis and have never coached in this intense format. So the way that they're going to prepare their players is going to be really key.
Big fist pump by Roberto and the team on the sideline. This is a team format, so we have the other men. We have Jesse Flores and Oren Vassar also waiting there. We can have substitutions at any point in time while the clock keeps going. Big kick serve on a court like this that's very gritty. You hit a good kick serve, you are rewarded. Jumps over Xiolin's head, 5-1. With the scoring for the night, it accumulates throughout the whole night. It's pretty simple. What's very different than traditional tennis, no sets, no games. It all counts towards one overall score. Women's, doubles, singles, all of it.
Something important to note, JY, is there are substitutions at any given moment. So when players go out, they can play 1 point, they can play 10, and be substituted anytime.
And we'll see, because there is in singles a 12 minutes max rule, and we see our first substitution of the night. Corey Craig, Boston University, Florida State alumni, had one of the best seasons at Boston University as a freshman, going 24-1. Gonna see if he can have a similar start for the Outriders, as Xiolin's put him in the small hole, but still a lot of tennis left to be played. But Roberto showing his Grand Slam experience and how he handles pressure.
It's good to see the teams already so rowdy on the sidelines. I think that's gonna shake off nerves quicker than if they were silent, for sure.
Corey has that lefty game style, so that he's going to try to change up where the righty's going to serve. He uses that hook forehand from left to right, trying to get it above the two-handed backhand. Longest rally of the night comes in with the drop shot, and we're going to have our first +2 winner of the night for the Fortune. Roberto looking to his team, to the crowd, to rise up, give him some support for that 9-1 lead as they get things started.
Beautiful point there. We see both players having pretty heavy ground strokes here, and I like to see both of them trying to come and move in just like Sid did there, and it paid off for him.
That's the first forehand. We finally see a player unload. 9-2 for Fortune on the near side. No, he missed that, but you can see he's starting to loosen up, and sometimes that's another way to loosen up. Just go big every now and then. The score makes that more comfortable for him as well. But 9-3, 2 points in a row for Corey Craig and the Outriders.
And I think, too, for these players, once they start feeling how good it feels to get those 2-pointers on the board with winners, they want to go for more. It's important to make sure that they stay controlled and have big targets.
Couple errors by Roberto. We're going to see our first substitute for the Fortune. Jesse Flores, Costa Rican player, also from the University of Miami. Him and fellow Oren Vassar are alumni there. He's getting his first action, a tense overhead. 9-5, Outriders on a little bit of a run. And see if Corey can use some of that lefty action. Jesse Flores big hitter, likes to find his way forward. He's a little bit spinny and tight. Let's see if he forces the issue. Drop shot approach comes forward. Corey Craig with the passing shot winner. Hawkeye electronic line calling calls it in. +2 winner for them for the first time. 9-7. Jesse starting to unload a bit, it even more. Fires that one long. 9-8. 5 minutes left in his first of 2 10-minute singles bolts. Men will get a short break before they come back. Women right after that. And we see our first serve fault from Corey Craig.
Really high-level tennis, though, I'd say already tonight. It's good to see these players coming out with a lot of confidence.
First serve volley of the night, had the opportunity, risky with the one serve, but when you have a big kick serve like Jesse and Corey's at the fence, worth the shot, had the drop shot, just misfired. Now, Fortune, you can sense a little bit of tenseness. They had a short lead. Jesse's gonna get pulled out right away. Tim Siegel has seen enough, wants Roberto back in. What do you think about that strategy to pull Jesse so quick?
I don't mind it. I think they want to give Craig a little bit of different game styles here and keep him guessing and keep him honest. So I don't mind it. I think it's a good move.
And also for Coach Tim Siegel, all the coaches finding out how to coach in this format. Only 2 returning coaches from last season. Roberto with another drop shot, only going to count it as +1. Close opportunity, looks towards the official Sebastian Nunez, says, I know you want that too. It's only one. Best things Corey does is what you're seeing right now. He wears his opponents down, he works them, he puts a lot of balls in play right away, makes you want to feel like you got to overhit at times to get through it with his great movement. Corey spent a lot of time in Japan playing tournaments with his mom from Japan, got to experience a different culture, different game styles there. Looks a lot like Yoshi Nishioka to me every time I watch him play, but this is the Florida State version.
Agreed, and he has that, you know, he's a little bit far behind the baseline. I think the Outriders, if they want to, sorry, the Fortune, if they want to be winning points against him, they need to use that drop shot, which Sid has been using very well.
Big backhand, cross court, forced air, big fist bump to the sideline, 1-point lead, Fortune, 13-12, near side. Far side is the Outriders. Heavy backhand, misses just long, 14-12. Corey getting a lot of playing time right now. Played for 5 minutes in a row. First serve fault, Roberto looking towards the sideline. I wonder who was looking for the substitute right there, Tim or Roberto, and we see the first action for Oren Vassar. You mentioned another not Florida State alumni, should have gone there. Instead, he went to the other school on the opposite side of the state, University of Miami. Him and Jesse Flores happy to be teamed up because we have a tie ball game. Chip forehand, not something you see very often, but uses it to advantage. Approach coming in, coming up for the big overhead. Misses it long. Sorry, wide. We've seen a couple missed overheads. A lot of that could be the arena, the lights, the pressure, all that time thinking. Corey just making you play.
Great play by the Fortune there. I like him using that slice to make Craig hit the ball up a little bit. That gives more of an advantage to step in, to come to the net, to get more of those 2-pointers.
O-Train looking to the sideline. That's how we do it. Xiaolin back in play. Interesting selection with how well Corey was doing. Give him a break. We'll see if Xiaolin, some of those nerves got out. He's ready to go again. He's got a lot of fire. He's explosive when he gets going, but some of the nerves are still there for him. Big, heavy forehand, but Oren Vassar looks loose. He looks comfortable early on. Kick out wide, slice coming in, forces that passing shot wide. Outriders 17-5, 2-point lead for them. The music, the sound, for those of you tuning in for the first time, the music, the sound goes on throughout play. Fans do not need to be quiet. We've got the music going on. It's a different environment. Fans can scream. They can get involved like this volley right here. point. That's a point for the Fortune. Roberto urging his teammate on, saying, well played.
They don't say tennis turned up for nothing. Our players here are so locked in with the music, with the crowd, with everyone getting rowdy. They need to be locked in every point. They're doing a great job so far.
A big return through the middle. Atlanta used to hear him turn down. This time we're turning up in the arena. This is that kick serve wide. We've seen a couple faults now from Xiaolin, second of the night. We're going to have a short break right here. I think all the teams, that's the end of the first ball. Look how fast that happened. I was locked in, but we'll take a quick break. Be right back. Back as we get ready for bolt number 2 in men's singles. But we're going to go down to Kelly Kroll, who's been hearing all the action courtside.
Yeah, she was basically looking at her players and saying, listen, I want you to envision every single shot right now as an approach shot. I want you to get aggressive, come in. We're looking for the 2-pointers. She's going to start back off with all of who we saw start the match and then go from there if she needs to sub in and out. I think her strategy right now, guys, is keeping her male players fresh, and that's her thought over here on the sidelines.
Maria, what do you think about that?
I like that. I love it when any coach is coaching to move in. I think especially here with the 2-pointers, you want to be stepping in. Even if you make a few mistakes sometimes, you can always bring it in, but I'd like to see even more aggressive and pressure moving forward.
We'll see with Jesse Flores. He is back in the mix. If anybody likes to put pressure when he gets loose and going, this is the guy to do it. Loves coming forward, especially off that big forehand. Tries to unload right there, but just this fires a little bit too long. That's the give and take with him. As much as he's got that power, sometimes he loses that control. And when he misses, he just missed there by a lot. So we'll see if he can get that going, because he will be dangerous. He'll be welcoming that first serve fault right there from Xiaolin. 19-18 outriders on the far side.
And I think it's an easy fix. He just has to go a little bit bigger targets, but I love the way he's unleashing on the ball for sure.
Unfortunate right there, but fortunate for Fortune is that Jesse had hit a good approach right there, but Xiaolin off the net goes in. But that's what you want to see. Looking forward, looking comfortable, force at the issue sometimes, you'll get going. And that's that big kick serve that we were talking about. This court really takes that kick, and I think some of these players still have to get used to that because it does move a lot more than you might think. Couple points in a row right now for Xiaolin. 23-18, biggest lead of the night for the UTSA alumni. This is that loose arm that we talked about. When he gets going, that thing starts moving fast, racking up some points, 6 in a row. Each team gets 5 timeouts that they can use throughout an arc. We'll see if Tim will use any anytime soon.
Great playing so far from Xiaolin. I like how he's using his serve, not going extra on it. He's making a very good kick, second serve, and then looking for his opportunity after.
Big forehand by Flores, gets the force to air. That's what he wants to get going. Roberto Cid loving that. Tim Siegel encouraging him to continue to loosen up. Nasty kick wide, looking for the serve and volley, but return doesn't come back anyway. 24-20 for the Outriders. Could have snuck in a little bit right there. Off the net, goes over +2. No apologies here. Take that winner, 2 points. Anytime you hit a clean winner, then you got to go back and serve on the same side. That's a random drop shot from Flores. Brings Ciolin coming in, and that's not going to be the right opportunity. This keeps going. What a point. Neutral slice. We are back to neutral, back to offense for Ciolin. Point of the night so far.
Wow, amazing, amazing tennis out here. Moving back and forth around the court, everywhere. They are everywhere.
Okay, that's where he wants to be, though, so we're going to switch him out, but that's the game style he's looking for, just not connecting, so we're going to see a sub. I don't think this is a time that Amy O'Connell is going to want to take out Ciolin. No rest for you. You're on a roll. Ciolin in his debut in the Intense League, looking up at the clock like a veteran, working it, finding his rhythm, finding his breathing. Big kick serve as well. Roberto struggles to handle that. 6-point lead Outriders.
I think Ciolin's doing an awesome job, too, with, you know, we have 14 seconds in between points, but he doesn't look rushed at all. He's going to the line, he's taking a breath, and then he's ready to go. And you can see that in the way he's playing right now. He doesn't seem rushed. He feels very comfortable. An amazing drop shot by him for 2 points.
This is why he got the start. This is what they were looking for. Amy Posnam brought him back in, did a great job, and we are going to see our first timeout of the night. We're going to listen to some of the coaches.
It's so opposite of what we're used to doing. So when we're up and we got the momentum, you know, yeah, you can afford to kind of breathe, right? So watch the clock and use that to your advantage. Make him play, keep getting your weight going forward, and then I love the change-up. I love the mix-up. If he throws Flores in there, you know he's going to serve the ball. You know he's going to return and come in, big target on the pass, okay? I'm going to have to sub you out in a minute just because of time reasons, so be ready, okay? All right, let's go.
And that's our first mic'd up moment of the night by Centerline. What do you think about that, Maria?
I loved it. I think she has a great point. First of all, interesting that she told him right away, hey, I'm going to sub you out in about a minute so that you don't reach your time limit. But I like that she's saying, you know, change up the paces, hit higher, hit lower, make them play and make them miss, which she's been doing really well so far.
30-22, 23 now. Ciolin stepping in, taking that return on the rise, finding his forehand inside in, just misses that wide. The comfort level is there. Roberto now looking his calmest, looking like he's settling in. That's one of those opportunities right there. If you're Roberto, probably wants to flatten it out and come in, but sometimes he puts a little too much spin, couldn't come in. Ciolin takes advantage. He flattens it out, takes the +2 volley winner. 32-24 for the Outriders.
Sometimes if you don't take it, your opponent will, and that's exactly what just happened there with Sid not taking his opportunity. The first opportunity he has, he needs to take it.
Big, aggressive, heavy forehands by Sid to put Ciolin on the run. Keeping him back there, but not enough. Tries to unload on that one. Finally gets rewarded. Forced error +1. Fortune. Five minutes left in this final men's singles. Both women's singles will be coming up after this. Corey Craig now comes in as Ciolin was reaching his max time limit. Drop shot, pulls him back in. Can he finish the volley? No. Keeps going back in and four. Boom! Corey Craig grinds it out. That's what he does best. Roberto Sid gets substituted. Jesse Flores back in. Corey Craig tried to play the quick serve. In this format, you do not have to wait for the returner to be ready, but sometimes the server goes so fast they're not ready either.
I want to see some underhand serves, JY. I feel like that's just going to bring the crowd energy up. They're going to love it.
And what do we see? That's the mindset. That's understanding the format. That returner was going to go wide. Flores understood he had the overhead opportunity to go for +2. Great situational awareness with another volley winner, 4-point swing. Corey wanted it to be called out. Hawkeye said, nuh-uh. And Corey stops that momentum building for Outriders, 34-30. Heavy forehand by Craig. The sound off his racket when he connects. Uncomfortable righties do not like that lefty hook forehand above their shoulder on the backhand. Flores leaving a lot of balls in the middle of the court. How do you handle a moment like that? I know you had a two-handed backhand. What do you do to get out of that?
You know, I think you got to rip and you got to go for it, especially in this format. Sometimes, you know, if you're not going to take it, like I said, someone else will, and then you might have that happen after that because you're even tighter because you didn't go for it the point before. If you have it, you take it, and you're not going to regret it.
36-30, 6-point lead. Tried to use that hook forehand, catches it late, drops it short. Flores, forehand forced error. Big kick serve and volley, but Corey Craig this time, great adjustment. Went from sitting all the way back on the return, understands Flores wants to serve and volley now, and he takes that return early and puts the pressure on Flores, forces that volley wide.
And really awesome return going to the feet, especially if your opponent's coming in a lot. You want to find that zone that's in their feet, and that was perfect from him.
Very difficult to get that return down, especially above on the backhand side. And that's one of those things that you try to do at backhand to a lefty's forehand. Use the angles a little bit more, get him out of that comfort zone. Big kick serve. First one we've seen wide on Craig from Flores. Changing it up, caught him off guard. Service winner. That one he unloads on, no kick on that one, flat right there. Gets the pace, went right through that ball, no brushing up on that. Another service winner. Ooh, angle return winner, +2. I don't know if he hit that the way he wanted.
I'm not sure, but if he did, then that was amazing. Him just adjusting a little bit from the point before on the outside. He knew exactly where the serve was going to go, and he knew where he was going to get hit it.
Roberto Cid back in with the sub. Interesting, we've seen Flores actually hit some of these returns as he struggles with the lefty spin from Craig. It's not that it's a big serve, but with the kick and the spin, he's just struggling with that rhythm. No problems with rhythm for Cid right there. 5-point lead. Beautiful drop shot from Sid, but this time Corey reads it well, gets up there, had the opportunity, great defense. Good job getting it up high to the backhand volley instead of the forehand volley.
Absolutely. He didn't hit the perfect lob, but he hit on the backhand side. It's so much harder to hit that two-handed backhand swinging volley behind you.
Struggling to build a little bit momentum, giving that serve point back. Only one serve here. This is going to be our last 50 seconds of men's singles. Women's singles will be coming up after this. Corey forcing that forehand down the line, misses it long. See if they can have a little bit of a swing as they put Flores back in. Looks like it was just a breather. Chiolin comes in for Craig. He had not reached his time limit yet. That's a big kick serve. You thought he'd want to serve and volley behind that. He got what he wanted, a floating return, but it went to the backhand side, which he does not favor too much. Final 10 seconds. Forehand inside out wide. Is he going to force this one final point? 3, 2, yes he is. Gets it off. Big changeup. Do they give him the +2? No, but still they will take that point. Great touch by Chiolin. What do you think about the start of tonight?
That was awesome. I mean, hey, what a start. This is incredible. We had so many substitutions, too, which shows the levels of each player, and it's so competitive. I liked them ending with Chiolin. I think he was the more dominant player throughout, and I'm excited to see what else is going to go on tonight with these ladies. Really good.
Yeah, Outriders did a good job managing the start from Chiolin, and then got it really going with Corey Craig and Chiolin, and then Corey Craig solidness to finish. They're going to ride in this short little lead going into women's singles. We'll be back in a few short minutes.
That's what I was.
This has been an incredible men's singles bolt. JY Abona here, Maria Mateus, Chef Rose.
Okay, all right, yeah. I just got back from Halloween costume party. I'm kidding.
We got to hear the story.
Okay. Amy, our fearless coach, I'm with the Outriders, by the way. Those are my people. And the Outriders denotes a cowboy. From what I understand, it's what cowboys would send riders ahead to make sure the land was okay. Basically a point man, a scout, as it were. So we're doing a Western theme, and she keeps mentioning it, and I forgot my cowboy hat that I was going to bring from Charleston, and she provided a very, very nice, expensive hat, as you can tell right here.
Well, you see the style, the hats, the colors, and everything that Intense has been about opening night. What has your experience been so far?
Well, I mean, it's no rules. No rules, just right. Yeah. Should we call Outback Steakhouse?
Yeah, sponsor? Come on.
No, it's so cool, and you get to see up close. Look, most tennis fans, I bet, can't afford to sit this close to like top-level tennis, and you just see the speed and the power, and it's eye-opening. And I just saw one of our team members went up to the ball boys and girls and said, I was once a ball boy and girl. It's
Aww.
Nice to meet you. This is bringing it to the people that are going to be inspired to one day try to go all the way, just like they have.
That is so special. Where do you see Intense in 5 years?
Well, I think, talking to them, I think it would be cool if it made visits to other cities so more kids and adults can be exposed to high-level tennis in this fun environment. And I think there's something about it, because you're encouraged to make noise. There's something about it that makes it a little lighter of a pursuit, and less pressure, almost more fun.
Absolutely. If you want that less pressure, who would you choose as your doubles partner?
In the world?
On the Outriders team.
I like our guy Corey. He's cool. He played for FSU, and I spoke to my friend who's a coach at Duke, and he goes, great guy, we wanted him.
No way.
Yeah,
I went to Duke, so
oh, you
look
do?
at that.
Do you know Ramsey?
I do, of course I do.
I grew up with Ramsey Smith.
No way.
Yeah, we were in the same class our whole lives
No way.
together, our whole
That's so cool.
childhood. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and the whole Smith family are great friends.
Amazing people, yes, absolutely.
Well, I went to Florida State. Sophia Cabezas from the Outriders went to Tennessee. Victoria Rodriguez, I think, went straight pro.
No, I know. No, she went to Tennessee. There's a Tennessee.
That's Sophia over there, the out.
Yes.
Yeah.
She went to Tennessee, and there's a Kentucky player too. I've already.
Yep.
They're on our team, and I'm razzing them a little bit. However, as they say in college, keep it in the SEC, baby. At least they're having success.
No doubt that the players that come out of the SEC, as we get to watch them front and center, Sophia Cabezas on the far side for the Outriders. We finished 2 men's singles bolts. Now we have the women coming in for their 2 10-minute singles bolts. Victoria Rodriguez on the near side from Mexico. Sophia Cabezas on the far side from Venezuela. We got a little bit of Latin action going on, but the Outriders have a 5-point lead.
How about that men's match, y'all? Looks like we were going to get blown out.
Well, it's going to be interesting because you could see the nerves in the first few minutes. Both teams, they were trying to find their rhythm. And then when Ciolene really got going, Corey Craig came in, provided the stability. Ciolene then came in, loosened up, provided some of the +2s. Now I want to see how the women are going to handle this. They're putting a little bit of extra spin on the balls, a little bit of extra height, playing it safe.
Right.
Rallies are going longer. So they're trying to figure out, like, geez, how do I loosen up? Because there's no other arena like this in tennis, especially when you have players that can quick serve like that, even if you're not ready. Victoria Rodriguez, plays on the professional tour, the WTA, ITF. They have to wait for the return to be ready. Absolutely. We saw it in 2025 with Samuel Nicholson. UNC Wilmington, not the biggest school ever, but he came in here and dominated everybody from people from Georgia, Georgia Tech, didn't matter what school. This format fit him, and that's what I'm excited to find out this season. Who really fits in this format? Right now, the Outriders have a 5-point lead. Sophia hanging in there, and Victoria. We did have a sub, Rafael Lacase, the Canadian, coming in. A little bit Iowa State, Nebraska action, so a lot of college. Big representation from NCAA here.
So last year there was just less teams, right?
Smaller teams, yeah. So we went from 4 to 10.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, and then just a big growth. 80 players now living in Atlanta, based here, getting to know the community, building the league, and really getting in touch with kids, coaches, parents. And now that's what brings us tonight as Rafael tries to find her way to the net. Miss hits it, and great defense to offense from Sophia Cabezas, +2 for the Outriders.
I think Cabeza means head. You're ahead.
Well,
so I think she's a smart player, I think. Yeah.
When you're a little bit on the smaller side, you have to make up for it with really intelligent play.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely. It's a real thing. If you don't have the power, you got to find some other ways to win. She's doing a good job for her in her debut.
That was maybe the dumbest comment ever. Sorry for subjecting that to you.
I think something very impressive about Sophia Cabezas is she is Venezuela's only ranked female on tour.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, a country like that just struggles to put out, different countries have different resources. Jal Ciolene was born in a city in Brazil that only had 2 tennis courts in the entire city. Moved away young, so he was able, but if he would have stayed there, we don't know if we would have ever seen them. And seeing drop shots like this, that should be a +2 winner. She's racking up the score, 53-46 for your team, Shep.
You love to hear the stories about improbable rises. They didn't have the resources. They were that good, and someone saw the talent and then they cultivated it themselves.
Well, in 53-47, that's what Intense is trying to do. So many of these great stories with these players, but no one gets to hear them because, frankly, in traditional tennis, there's a lot more support at the top. Of course. Intense League is now coming in, helping players like Sophia. Another +2 winner. Big fist pump from Shep and his Outriders team.
Let's go. All right, we got a nice little comfortable lead, but as we saw earlier, it can dissipate quite quickly.
5 minutes remaining in this first women's singles bolt as Victoria Rodriguez back in, runs around that forehand, comes in, chip lob.
It's a good lob.
Oh, big overhead. It is in.
2-point.
Clock here. We have time. So if I'm down a little bit, That's what they have to get used to. A lot of times they're used to it. If that scoreboard pressure's on, it's hard for them to come back. And here, they can work it.
And then if you get subbed out, you can sort of get inspired by your partner.
That's one of the beauties of this, as Victoria Rodriguez didn't play well in the start, got taken a break, a little bit of coaching, got to be able to reset, so didn't see a lot of her downside of tennis. She got pulled out.
There you go.
And then coach puts her back in. She's playing better, except for that serve fault right there, as we see Brandy Walker getting her first action of the night for the Outriders on the far side.
Brandy, let's go. Oh, look at that. Rocket.
Look at unload.
Two-pointer.
That's how you get some of those nerves out. Big forehand down the line for Brandy Walker. 4 minutes remaining. Shep, don't want to keep you here too long. Really appreciate it. We're going to see you throughout the night. This was fun to have you. Good luck to the Outriders, man.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having us.
I'm going to be back at a few other events. I can't wait to catch up with you guys again.
Thanks for chatting.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Trying to come in forward, 58-52. Victoria Rodriguez finding some of her range and comfort zone. Backhand inside out, big. Chelly with her best play so far, only a 5-point lead.
I've played Victoria multiple times actually on tour, and her backhand is very, very good, especially her backhand down the line. It's sneaky, it's fast. You see her hitting an amazing forehand there, though.
+2 winner, go back and serve on the same side. Brandy starting to play aggressive, but that heavy spin going above her shoulder. Quick pull out, Zoe Hammond. Another SEC. Shep was talking about his team with the representation. Zoe Hammond, graduating from Kentucky, perfect 4.0 GPA. She's going to bring some of that stellar performance onto the INTENNSE arena. In that short chip, awkward position, right? When the slice goes deep or short, it's kind of easy to handle that. But then when it's in the middle of the court, you're not sure if you should attack it. What do you do?
It's awkward. It's an awkward place. It's no man's land, right? So you don't really want to be there. You got to either go forward or hit it when it moves back. I prefer going forward, though, for sure.
Trying to use some of that chip one more time, brings her in, and that heavy topspin forehand. Zoe has probably the heaviest forehand with the most amount of spin on the women's side. When you come to the net, it's awkward to volley with that much shape when the ball comes to you.
For sure, it absolutely is. But she's playing some great tennis here starting out. Something so impressive about Zoe. Oh, we have a timeout.
We are going to have a timeout presented by Emory Sports Medicine. We're going to get a little bit of insight on what we're going to hear.
Right, different players. Hey, remember when the ball lands mid-court, you don't have to come all the way in, but take the ball earlier. So you, all right, play offense there. Yeah, yeah, and making those volleys.
Let's go, guys. We're doing good. Let's keep
How's your legs? You ready to go back in?
Yeah, I'm good.
I know. All right, let's go.
Coach Tim Siegel spent 22 years at Texas Tech. Sending Victoria Rodriguez back out there. And right away, we noticed with the Outriders team, one male, one female that you know come in, going to put a lot of balls in play. Corey Craig did that for the men. Zoe Hammond right away coming in, putting a lot of balls in play. Two solid players that you can trust when things are getting a little bit out of hand.
Absolutely, and those are great people to have on a team. What I was going to say right before the timeout is that Zoe Hammond completed an econ degree in 3 years. How impressive is that, JY?
Well, she's going to see if she can put the Outriders to sleep within these two women's singles bolts. Heavy forehand inside in. Gets that overhead opportunity. Great point, but also great touch by Victoria to stay in there and not turn that into a +2. Still a 6-point lead for the Outriders.
Something about Victoria, she got some wheels. It is a pain to play against her because she gets every single ball back, and she proved that there.
And on a court like this, how much more impactful will that be?
A slow court, a gritty court, it helps her for sure, right? Because she has even more time to get to the ball, and she's using it.
Trying to use that shake, sells it just a little bit too long. Great job by Rodriguez to handle that backhand above her shoulder. Final minute of this first women's singles bowl. Chip backhand cross court. Interesting for Victoria to run all the way around her backhand. Sorry, her forehand all the way out there, and we see why. Big backhand, she loves to hit it.
Sometimes it's dangerous to do that because you leave the whole outside open, but she's so comfortable on that backhand, and she gets back to the middle so quickly that she gets away with it.
Zoe trying to find Victoria's forehand a little bit more, but Victoria says it doesn't matter where you hit it because I got it. +2 winner. It is now only a 1-point lead as we have 30 seconds left. Sophia Cabezas back in. Did a good job as she started. Let's see if she can finish off well. Trying to sneak in forward, rusted a little bit. Half volley long, tie game.
I love the way that she's moving in there, though. That's exactly what she wants to look for, and I know when she does it again, she's going to bring it in a little bit bigger target. She's going to get what she wants.
Sophia targeting that Rodriguez forehand, going right there across court immediately. 1-0. She will run the clock out calmly. Very interesting how this played out for women's singles bowl. We've got another one when we come back. Stay with us. Back as we have bolt number 2 for women's singles getting underway. The Fortune have clawed back to make this a close event, being led by Coach Tim Siegel, one of the most interesting coaches you'll find in the league. Let's take a quick look and find out some more about Tim.
Brazil. World Cup, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Neymar. Let's go. We can win points coming forward and attacking, okay? Avoid this unless they're way back. Attack, pressure. I haven't seen any volley winners yet from this, right? Let's go. Let's go. I want his serve. I want his serve. Hey, right? That's how we play. That's how we play.
Gotta love that energy. And listening to the last time out, guys, that Coach T called, he was telling Victoria Rodriguez, I'd really love for you to send it deep to Zoe Hammond's backhand and find a way to come in off that, which we sort of saw towards the end of that last bolt. And I also got a kick out of him turning to Coach O'Connell and saying, hey, are you going to call any timeouts or just me? If you look at the scoreboard right now, Fortune used 2 of their 5. And, of course, Outriders, they're holding on to all 5 right now. So a lot of banter between the coaches, all in good fun, of course.
Bolt number 2 in the women's getting underway. I love these mic'd up moments by center line because you really get to hear how do coaches actually coach. None of these, cookie cutter moments where we know exactly what they're going to say don't give us a lot of insight. We get to learn a lot about their personalities and how they coach that team. We're finally getting a lot more of a look at Rafael Lacaze, who did not play a lot in the first women's singles bolt. She's got the size and power. We're going to see how she handles the smaller Sophia Cabezas. Be interesting as Cabezas has played a lot more so far, getting more comfortable. The case not so much. Tough as you have one player trying to warm up. There is no warm-up at Intense. They get right into it. But there are some challenges with that with the players, but also the coaches on how they manage their substitutions.
LaCase has had a lot of success on the doubles tour, though. She has a career high of 213 WTA. She won a 75K in doubles. So I think she's ready for those moments, but it has another substitution, and we have Rianne Newborn coming in.
So LaCase didn't get a lot of time to get warm there. Let's see what Tim Siegel's looking for here out of Newborn. Sure he wasn't looking for that fault. 4-point lead for the Outriders. With this no warm-up, going right into and playing, it's hard for that shoulder to get warmed up. Sometimes it costs you. So one of the things these players are practicing a lot and as they've come to Atlanta is cold shoulders, go out, play, you got to make 10 in a row. And they've found different ways to practice this format because it's very different.
That's what I would have the most trouble with, I think, is the one serve, especially when you only have one toss. Even if it's a terrible toss, you have to figure it out.
Newborn misses that passing shot wide. Cabezas helping the Outriders have a 6-point lead. 8 minutes left before we get doubles underway. Just misses that serve wide. Sorry, long, trying to go wide to the forehand side and catch Newborn off guard. We saw her try to run around her backhand once. Misses that forehand long, heavy topspin. Sophia Cabezas, she looks calm, comfortable, racking up a lot of minutes so far. Got an 8 out of the 12 max that you are allowed to play in singles, back to a 7-point lead. Victoria Rodriguez, we've seen a lot of quick triggers with Tim Siegel. Rodriguez been doing very well after that, her first start, so this makes sense to put her back in. Great. We see Sophia Cabezas subbed out, Brandy Walker back in. Got the power, similar to Jessie Flores like we saw for Fortune on the men's side. When she connects, it's rewarded, but if not, it doesn't work out. We only have one toss in Intense. All the players still getting used to this in week 1. It's okay, we've all been through it, but you can't catch that toss, so she tried to catch it, but she had stepped over the line, so foot fault, misses. And we've seen a couple players here, Maria, running around their forehands to hit their backhand. Why do you think they're doing that?
I think in women's tennis, or at least speaking for myself, I always felt more comfortable with my backhand. I felt like it was more just compact and I could hit a bigger ball, and I think a lot of girls feel that way, especially Victoria Rodriguez.
Interesting for Victoria using that chip. She's uncomfortable on the forehand, brings Brandy in, but unfortunately, the Outriders with the volley force, they are a 7-point lead. Backhand down the line, quicken the point to redirect to Victoria Rodriguez forehand. Back to the backhand, back to the forehand. Gonna try to keep it there. How Rodriguez managed it. Great change of direction down the line to set up the beautiful backhand. Really smart play when you change it forehand down the line. The high percentage plays to go back cross court. But what Brandy didn't realize is that is exactly what Rodriguez wanted. Big winner from there, +2. Big serve, no spin, going big, try to get it, coming forward. No, approach the wrong side. +2 passing shot winner Rodriguez, 74-70. 5 minutes left.
Amazing play there, though, from Brandy Walker. She moved in, she did the right thing. I think it's just about covering that alley because we know that Shelly's gonna go there with her backhand line.
Great job sneaking in. A +2 winner for Rodriguez. I think it was also a tactical mistake from Walker. Hit a great, solid approach. Just wrong side of the court as well. You got to understand your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Coach pulls her out. Zoe Hammond coming in, the steady player. Not right there, but let's see if Amy O'Connell can try to settle her team and get some consistent tennis. Maria, what do you think so far? If you're the Outriders, you have a 7-point lead, gets it back only to 1. You have a new player. How do you want this to be handled?
It's so close here. It's very, very close. And I like the way that Zoe Hammond is able to use her high, heavy forehand. But Chelly's playing some really good tennis right now. Victoria Rodriguez, she's dominating. So it's going to be interesting to see what the coaches say here and how they continue the momentum, or how the momentum might switch.
And with 5 minutes remaining, we have the men's singles finishing up. Then the women's singles are going to be finishing up after. We have 3 double bowls coming up. Men's doubles for 10 minutes, women's doubles for 10 minutes, mixed doubles. And what the teams are going to try to manage here is see if somebody can pull away a little bit, because in doubles, points rack up fast with everybody at the net. +2 winners can happen in the blink of an eye. So at these final minutes, it's going to be very important to see if they can get some cushion and have some room for error in the doubles.
Most definitely. These are very finite moments here where you want them to get a little bit bigger of a lead. We've seen the score very, very close this entire night. When doubles comes in, everything is going to be even faster.
We have a tie game now, 74-74. Rodriguez used 10 of her 12 minutes, so she will not be able to finish this bolt without a substitution. The Forts are going to try to get as much out of her as possible. All the reason to do it. She's won 29 points for her team since she's been in it. Only 2 faults, so that plus minus. Loving it for the Fortune and Tim Siegel, but at some point a new player's going to have to come in. Zoe looking calm and collected in her debut. Well done. Looking up at the clock, it didn't work out, but if I'm Coach Amy, I love what I'm seeing from her there.
And I think we're going to see a lot of her in doubles when it is very, very fast-paced. I think she's going to bring the calm. That's my feelings, at least.
Coming up in the final minute for Rodriguez's action in singles before we don't see her again in doubles. She misses that forehand wide, wondering if she would have run around it and hit her backhand instead. Zoe clearly targeting the Rodriguez forehand. She's ready for it, redirects it down the line. You see she gets it to the backhand. Smart playing. She understands how to work out of her weakness. Interesting miss down the line. You think she'd try to go cross court there?
I think she's trying to hit higher up on the Chelly backhand just to try and get into the court a little bit more. I'd like to see the Outriders moving in here. And we've got Sofia Cabezas is now in again.
Another substitution. Rodriguez now coming up on her 12 minutes, hit her max time. If we're going to have to see a mandatory substitution, LaCase jumps in, see how she can handle her moments, as she has not seen a lot of action thanks to the successful play of Rodriguez. Cabezas is going to try to take advantage. Forehand approach down the line, 1-point lead Outriders. Change of pace to get LaCase, who's a great hardcore indoor player coming out of Canada and the indoor colleges, so she likes balls in her strike zone. But it seemed like Sofia lost her patience there instead.
Yeah, surprising there for sure. It looks like Rafael is trying to just be a little bit more steady here, a little bit more patient. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of action from her in the doubles coming up.
Sofia dictating play really well, sneaking in. Angle volley just misses into the net. Great opportunity, just missed it. 79-78. Fortune have their 1-point lead. All 4 of these bolts so close. None of them being decided by more than 1 point. This is the only one that's even been with a 2-point lead as we finish up. Look at that defense getting up above her shoulder. That's such a high shot, it turned into an offensive play.
Sometimes when you hit those lobs too, you want to actually just sprint in because the next ball is probably going to come back high.
First forehand we see from LaCase where she truly lets it go. Could this be the start of some better play? Kick wide, you know, it's not the biggest kick serve. You'd wonder if she'd want to step in, take it on the rise a little bit more instead of waiting on it with the open stance. as she is subbed out. Newborn is back in.
I think all plays here, if it can take time away, it's going to be huge for them. So taking those serves early, especially on the women's side, I think it's going to be very helpful.
Volley winner sneaking in, taking, she's listening to you. She's listening on the broadcast. Maybe she got an AirPod in. High ball, came in, volley winner, +2, 4-point lead.
Thank you, Sophia.
5-point lead, 15 seconds left. Going to see our final point or two. Outriders, one way or another, going to have their biggest lead going into the end of a bolt. 4-point lead. Newborn, is she going to rush it? Smart to not rush it. Tim Siegel says, hey, let's just chill out, go to the sideline. And the Outriders going into doubles are going to have a 4-point lead thanks to some solid play by Cabezas, who's racked up 30 points from her. And we're going to go down courtside with Kelly Kroll, who has Victoria Rodriguez.
I do, but Victoria needs to fix her hair really quickly before being on camera. 31 of your teams, let's see, 80 points during your 12 minutes of play. How did you feel out there? What did you think was working for you?
I think being very solid and very positive and just trying to put the ball in. I think everyone, it's the first match, so I think everyone's a little nervous, and I was just trying to keep it the best I could.
You did a great job. Now going into doubles here, what is the strategy as far as kind of getting yourself back into this one and maybe trying to build a little lead? Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I would love if we can make 2 winners, 2 points, you know, every single point, but I don't know. I mean, we're just going to keep trying to win every point that we can, and I think having a good serve and a good return would be awesome. Hopefully I can improve it.
Great strategy, Victoria. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and go enjoy the rest of the match.
Thank you, Kelly and Victoria, for that, as we have all 3 doubles both coming after this. It's been a tight one either way. We'll see if somebody can pull away. We'll be back in a few minutes. doubles bolts coming up at the Intense League. That is brought to you by Emory Sports Medicine, the official sports medicine provider of Intense. Opening night here, we've had the men's and women's singles bolts finishing up. I'm J.Y. Obone, Maria Mateus. Maria, what'd you think of these teams getting started?
Awesome first night of tennis here. I think everyone's bringing their best level considering they're all nervous, and it makes sense. And I'm excited to see what the doubles brings. The singles was very exciting. All of the bolts were so close. We had barely a 2-point deficit. And it's just going to be a really good night of tennis continuing.
What do you want to see from the Outriders coming up in doubles?
I want to see them keeping their energy. I think they've had very good energy, good steady momentum this whole night. And the Fortune, though, is starting to play some really good tennis. I'm not sure. It's going to be interesting, and it's a treat to be here and watch it.
And we'll see with Jesse Flores, with the action pack that he brings in. Had some good moments, had some shaky moments. He's going to be getting the start in doubles with Oren Vassar, who's had a lot of success on the other professional circuits for doubles, going up against Stefan Menicella and Xiao Xiaolin on the far side for the Outriders. 10 minutes of men's doubles, then we have 10 minutes of women's doubles, then we finish off with mixed doubles. Outriders with a 4-point lead. Jesse Flores with a big kick serve to get started, and right away we see the poach and the +2 with the winner. Points can move really fast in doubles. That's why one of these teams wanted a big cushion. Instead, we're going to see a battle.
What I'm looking for most here is if we can get those 2-pointers. That was an amazing serve. He's looking to come in. If we can get a good serve and a poach, that's exactly what they need.
Big energy from Vassar as he screams, "Come on," to Jesse Flores. That's what we need. It's going to be tough to handle that as he gets the approach he wanted. Great angle drop shot. Volley winner, another +2. Right away from a 4-point deficit to a 1-point lead in less than a minute. Gives it with that one serve rule, only misses in the net. Point back to the Outriders, tied up. Menicella seeing his first action of the night, didn't see any singles. They brought him in for doubles with the size that he has, for stuff like that, with the reach +2, the towel. This is what they wanted. They have a team of smaller players. He's the one big guy that can really take over in doubles.
He's 6'5", and that's showing. He's using his wingspan. He's really going for it.
Oren Vassar to serve it up. That kick doesn't jump as much as Flores. Menicella can handle it much better. Gets that return low and forces the volley error. 2-point lead for the Outriders. Great hands. Forces that forehand error. Great pickup.
And you see Ciola even just nodding a little bit, because that was a really good point actually from both teams. The pickup, the return. It's good to see these really, really good points out here.
That fluid service motion unfortunately fails him there. Point to the Fortune. Flores to serve. Miami Hurricane bringing some of that heat down here. There's that overhead. Boom! Huge kick serve to set up the volley. Little confusion there. It still works out. Jan Ciola into the backhand. Tied up once again. Seesaw. Tough. We've seen a lot of returns come back, either missed by the Outriders or just really weak when Flores is serving. This is why they wanted him in doubles.
The most serve or +1 or return +1 points here you can get are the better.
Just missed that long. A little bit of a late call from the Hawkeye system, but that was long. Joining us for the first time, you saw that serve hit the net and go in, and they played it. At Intense, we play the lets. We want action. We don't want to see stoppage. Going a little farther back, no serve and volley, but the pressure from Menicella at the net. Return come in, angle passing shot winner, +2. Flores goes to the ground to try to save it. Not good enough. Tries to sneak in and come in. That's a tough play, Maria, to try to take returns and come in.
Absolutely. I think with this fast pace too, because if you do miss, your opponent needs to get to the line, is going to get there quick, and your partner needs to get there even faster so that there isn't a fast serve happening.
Sneaky play, forehand off the back foot, down the line winner. Not the high percentage play, but no one cares. Outriders 96-90. Mixing up that serve wide, gets the volley at Flores. Defense up to the net. Heavy forehand, so much action it drops into the net. Went high over Flores' head. Thought it was going out, drops in. That's a big miss. 8-point lead, Outriders with their biggest lead of the night. Gives it back with the serve. 5.5 minutes left before women's doubles gets their 10 minutes. Roberto Cid in for Oren Vassar. Another miss by Flores. That one was, he was going for it. It's just one of those moments where it just hung up there too long.
Yeah, just bad luck. He wanted to get that. It was just a little bit too high for him. Good idea, but he'll get it next time for sure.
Great touch, another +2 winner. Too good from Ciolin.
That was unbelievable.
We're gonna see our timeout thanks to Emory Sports Medicine. We're gonna Maria is an 11-point lead. What do you do if you're Tim? How do you calm this down?
You say you need to play every single point. That's what I would do. Every point counts here, and that lead can switch any second, so you have to just be playing every single point.
Or you just want to shop on your phone, scan the QR code to see what other items are available. Make sure you're
And there is a tennis ball like underneath whose name is serving. When you see it, just in case there's any confusion. I thought it was a logo. It's not.
The team trying to understand the scoreboards opening night. Everyone's understanding the format. It's one thing when you practice this. It's another thing when you finally do it under the lights at the Intense Arena. 11-point lead for the Outriders. And the beautiful things about this format is teams get the opportunity to stop momentum. We see that in other sports. Finally, in tennis, coaches have the opportunity to stop the momentum. 1 point at least for the Fortune, giving them a little bit of war to that timeout. Almost 2. Oh, just missed it. See a little bit of a calmer demeanor after that timeout from the Fortune.
And those timeouts actually have a big impact because even just a little bit momentum shifts can change everything.
Great hands by Sid. Also a great touch by Ciolin. Not easy pickup with Menicello in the poach. Point for the Fortune. They've been serving him all night long, getting into a rhythm. The opportunity, did a good job getting it down low, got a little bit of a floater volley, but stood up a little bit too tall. Missed that opportunity. 12-point lead for the Outriders, 3.5 minutes. Kick serve off the net, serves and volleys. Sid with the opportunity. Another one for a +2, he takes it!
I like the way he really took his time on that one. He didn't rush to hit a volley. He let it drop. He saw where his opponents were, and he was able to find that small little corner where he could get the 2-pointers and execute it perfectly.
Another kick serve to the backhand. A lot of spin in action, but they always served him there. He's ready for it. When are they going to change and serve him out wide? And there's the mix-up. Flores hadn't really been hitting great backhand returns, but still, mix it up just in case. You keep him honest. He wasn't ready. That's a service winner in my book. Great athleticism from Menicello. That's why they put him in. Another big kick mixed up. That's got some speed behind it. How tough is it to get that height he's getting, but with pace, considering his size?
Extremely. He's using his wrist so well. He's able to really accelerate and get it through the court. Tough forehand there, but I like the way he's moving in and trying to come into the net.
Big kick, fake left, right, volley winner for Flores. Come on to the team. Great read, held him, looked post. Thank you, point fortune. Flores getting comfortable and finding his rhythm. So much of being at the net and poaching is the timing of it.
For sure, and just those fakes, like the point that he faked was awesome. He was just there. Look at that, just the movement and making the opponents think sometimes is half the effort, and he's doing an amazing job.
Will we see a timeout from Amy? Will she hold on and let the teams play? Some coaches want to see him roll with it. Others are quick to stop the momentum. From 13 points to 8 is the lead. No, it was, oh, that call came late.
No. Ball's good. 2 points, fortune.
It's going to be interesting to see what gets determined here. Sebastian Nunez, the chair official. The call came really, really late.
The system was triggered by something else. That ball was good. I saw that one good. I saw it good. The system called it in. The ball is good. 2 points, fortune. 2 points.
Let's see if we can take a look at this shot to see what happened. The call came really, really late. Can we tell from here if it was in? From that angle, it's tough, but you can see when the lights flash red, that's when the ball is called out. And you can see, even after the replay, the lights still hadn't flashed. So that flash, that sound could have been just the ball jumping off the fence and setting off the system.
Right.
That's a big point. We'll see how much it matters. Roberto dropped a racket trying to chase it. +2 winner. Goes back the other way. I think the Outriders will move on quickly.
They got exactly what they needed after that. They lost 2 points there. Not sure if it was in or out or whatever, but they jumped right back in and they got those 2 points right back.
Big kick up to the backhand. Jolene moves. Roberto saw it. Return to the bottom of the net. Oren Vassar takes his spot. Last 40 seconds. Women's doubles coming up next. Ooh, off the frame, but sometimes that's why it's the most expensive part of the racket. Still went in for Vassar, and he takes it. They keep serving him there. He keeps making him pay. We've seen Jolene himself, when he's serving, mix up his serves. When people serve to him, they're not mixing it up. Makes him pay. +2. Final 9, 8, 7 seconds before women's doubles. The poach, the presence, Menichello forces that return into the net. Men's singles bolt. Sorry, men's doubles bolt finished now as the Outriders have the biggest lead any team's had at the end of a bolt before women's doubles is coming up, Maria.
You know, the Outriders really ran away with that one. I think they just played such good, consistent tennis throughout. They were not fearful. They went for it. They were brave, and that's good to see. And we'll see if the Fortune women can do the same thing when they come back on this court after the break.
Riders with a 115-104 lead, had their best bolt performance of the night. And we have one of our best polls partners courtside with Kelly Crow. We had him in earlier. Let's get some follow-up thoughts on his team.
Yeah, I don't think he needs another introduction. I don't think. But Shep Rose, everybody, who is getting settled as we are live.
My Outriders support here. I'm very excited. My team is up. It's been a roller coaster. I'm emotional. It's quite the time here.
But we decided to stick with this because of superstitions, right? The hat has to stay on because they're up.
Well, our fearless coach, Amy, provided the hats and likes to cultivate a West country and Western theme because we're the Outriders. Next time we're going to ride in on a fleet of horses. Yeah.
Bring the, yes, all of that. And on a scale of 1 to 10, Shep, if like 10 was the best night of your life and 1 was like you would never do this again, where does this fall on that scale?
Right now?
Yeah.
Night's not over, yeah.
That is answered like a total veteran.
Yeah. I mean, the night is young. We're winning now, but you never know. But this is just so exciting, and I'm really happy to be here. And I'm happy to see what it can become and to spread the good word.
You mentioned how fast singles went. What do you think about that men's doubles just now?
I thought you were like, are you single? I was like, no, well, it's complicated. I'm kidding.
And to all those who watch Southern Charm, now you have your answer.
Yes. So we're filming a season right as we speak, and it's been really good. But I've got to fly back tomorrow. We got things to do. So yeah.
Do you think you could get the cast out here for one of these?
All to Atlanta. I can't get them to come to my house for a glass of wine.
Yeah, that's a big ask. You're right. But tell them how cool this is. It may be cooler than a glass of wine at your house.
Well, there's actually a few tennis aficionados in our cast. So, yeah, they would love it. Yeah.
Get it done, Shep. Get it done.
I will.
Guys.
+2 winner for Sophia. Shep loving what his team's performance is. Biggest lead of the night for them. Biggest smile as well from Shep is a 16-point lead. Sophia Cabevas is with a topspin winner. Zoe Hammond by her side. On the far side, on the near side, Victoria Rodriguez, Rafael Lacaze, 15-point lead. Let's see if they can get this back before it's too late.
Already loving the amount of movement and the amount of legs of the girls at the net. They're really all over the place in a good way. They're going for it. They're looking for that right ball. I like the way that this has started out.
Zoe Hammond using that heavy topspin forehand, lefty to righty's backhand, coughs up the ball short. +2 winner for Outriders. Cabezas, great put away. This is where we start to wonder that scoreboard pressure that these players are not used to, seeing a double-digit lead like that. The crowd just getting up and going for the Outriders. Ooh, that could have really put things in a dark place for Fortune, but they would take that. How do they handle just looking at that scoreboard?
I think it's important not to look at the scoreboard. If you're the Outriders right now, you're definitely playing freer because you have this amount of space in your scoreboard. If you're Fortune, you got to keep going for it. It looks like Shelly tried to go for that there. I don't mind it, but it's also important not to make too many mistakes.
And also the clock. In traditional tennis, you can take a bathroom break, you can take your time, you can control the rhythm a little bit more. You can really kind of drag things out a little bit longer, but here the clock's going, and they're not used to that.
Yeah, and that's why I think you just don't look at the clock, you just go for it. That was an unbelievable ball from her. She's saying, I'm still here, we're still here. We're Fortune, and we're not giving up just yet.
Rafael Lacaze from Iowa State University, Nebraska, coming in, getting some of that doubles action. Great serve out wide, volley winner for Rodriguez. Ooh, went for the serve. Risky with this one serve only format. Passing shot, tries to come to the net, take it out of the air. Both Outriders at the net, angle volley winner, fist pump towards the sideline. There was a couple seconds there that you felt like both teams, it's been a very intense back and forth night. Both teams seems like they took a big deep breath, but at an important moment, Zoe Hammond comes in and lifts them up and says, let's go team.
It almost felt like time slowed down there a little bit, JY. It gave us a breath too, but Zoe Hammond here is on a roll. She's playing some good, brave tennis. She's fearless, and she's just going for it, and I love it.
127-109, Outriders on the far side. Fortune near side in the all black. LeCase running around net, trying to play aggressive, return into the net. Trying to stay calm, not easy. Minicella staying warm on the sideline. Mixed doubles is coming up next. I imagine with how him and Ciolin played, they will see a lot of mixed doubles action. You got to stay warm on the sideline as they won't have time to warm up. Under 6 minutes before they take the court once again. Forehand to forehand topspin rally. Changes the direction down the line. Backhand on the rise. Uses the angle. Great reach by LeCase. Back and forth. Sophia went for another angle passing shot, but that time into the net. This is where Fortune needs to make a push. Couple points in a row. The men are a little bit quiet as well. They're wondering what to do at this point. LeCase is going to try to lift their spirits with the post. A great defense by LeCase. Even better by Rodriguez. Finally seeing some energy for the men. They were starting to wonder if the scoreboard's getting out of hand before they took the court again. That's a missed opportunity. Good job going for it, but Tim Siegel, as we have our Emory Sports Medicine timeout, try to gather themselves.
All right, fans, get your tickets now for all future dates by visiting INTENNSE.com and securing your
cutting
seats
it
for
and then
some
leaning
intense
back.
action. With matches every
The
Wednesday
deuce court
through
girl
Saturday,
is going cross court on returns. Cross, cross, cross. Okay? And when you're in a rally back and forth, don't let it come to you, go to it. The girl at the net, the lefty, is going to cross. The earlier you take the return, the better. And take some backhand returns up the line. When the righty's serving. Cabas serving, take a backhand up the line on the return. Let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go.
Down, 1 point at a time.
Some great strategic coaching there from Tim.
I like the way that he's telling them, you know, where to hit the ball. Sometimes if someone tells you to be aggressive, you're like, okay, great, but where am I being aggressive? These girls are everywhere on the court right now. I like how he's telling on the deuce side, only return cross. It makes it very simple for them. And for Chelly on the ad side, they're saying, move forward, don't wait for the ball. And I love that. I love that advice from him.
You see LeCase there being more aggressive, trying to take that return, preventing Zoe from poaching. 129-114.
And sometimes it's not even about hitting the best shot or the hardest shot. It's taking time away. And that's going to be very key here in these last few minutes, 4 minutes and a little to go here.
Great angle by Zoe to open up the court. Sophia with the poach, missed it after. 14-point lead. Change of pace, serve wide. Serve and volley. Gets it down low. Can she get up for the overhead? Yes, she does. +1 Fortune. Big serve by Rafael. Misses that long. 136, 123. Starting to feel that confidence. Decides to go for it. Unfortunately, gives it back. Both teams just finding some steady play. Neither one really able to pull away. The Outriders had a 16-point lead, and since then it's been within a couple points each way. Fortune going to try to get a little bit closer before mixed doubles comes up. Going to try with that forehand down the line, going right at Zoe. That's the coaching change we heard. Effective point Fortune. Heavy forehands cross court. Runs around that one, forehand down the line. Great job. Zoe finally dropped one short, taking advantage for Fortune. Last 20 seconds. Heavy again, but that's Victoria's strong side. Great overhead, +2. This is what they're looking for going into mixed doubles. Are they going to say enough? Coach Siegel says yes. Stop. Let's ride this momentum. Don't ruin it. Very good coaching change that we saw from Coach Siegel.
Amazing change of momentum there. I think the Outriders just dropped their energy just a little bit. Fortune took full advantage of it, and they're looking good right now going into this mixed doubles.
We saw that coaching change from Siegel to go down the line a lot more in these actions, change things up. Victoria Rodriguez finding that back end a little bit better within striking distance. Mixed doubles to finish it up coming up. Welcome back as we have mixed doubles coming up. 136, 129 for the Outriders. Coach Amy O'Connell's been doing a lot of work on the sideline as we get to have our center line mic'd up moments and listen to how she's been handling her team.
Good luck, Coach. Yeah, way to hang. Very solid. Way to stay solid, Corey. Let's go. Every shot you get, I want you to pretend like it's an approach shot, like that you're coming in, just to get your weight going forward when we go back out there. You start us off, when we go back out, and then I'll quickly sub in. Go, Zoe serve on the ad. Looking to move up there, and when you get those opportunities, even though you're going to hit your finesse volley, just guys that want and kind of here, because you're cutting it and then leaning back, stick it and do it.
See how Amy O'Connell handles these final 10 minutes of mixed doubles to call it a night. What a season opener so far, Maria.
This has been incredible. I am loving every single moment of this and so proud and happy to be a part of this team. I'm seeing some amazing tennis tonight. And we have 10 minutes left coming down to the wire. Let's see some good tennis.
We've seen every single format tennis provides. We're going to finish it off with mixed doubles. Jessie Flores, Rafael CSN. For the Fortune on the near side, Sofia Cabezas, Yao Xiaolin on the far side. They've been the best two players in singles. And now they're going to get a chance here in mixed doubles to play together. And you can see it on the score for Cabezas, responsible for 41 points for her team. Xiaolin for 35. Leaders in both categories for both teams. You can sense the nervousness from both teams. They're a little bit quiet. They're just trying to stay calm. They see the scoreboard. They're also wondering, when do they get in? Do they get their chance? They know this will be decided, and this has been a seesaw back and forth. Flores goes to the ground, misses that long. He is willing to put his body on the line, not rewarded, but his teammates will be inspired. 9-point lead for the Outriders.
And that is absolutely the time to do it here. They're getting down to the nitty-gritty. They have to go for everything. Even Ciola's up on the net. He's looking for that in case it comes over the net, and they're back on court, and they're ready to go.
Ciolin with the pressure putting on the case. You can see her guide and overthink that shot. We're going to have a ruling here from Sebastian Nunez. Is there a confusion on the serve order? Doubles is so action-packed. Things move really fast. They're going to take a look at this. Both teams are going to get a free timeout to regroup in these final 8 minutes. See, right after this with Flores scoring, can we see on the scoreboard? The scoreboard has Lacaille says she was going to be serving. What they're going to be checking is, with that scoreboard correct, was it actually Flores? Even for us, things are moving so fast. Men's, women's, singles. You win the point, you serve, but you're also alternating men and women from you win the point, then it comes back to you. I'm even getting tired trying to explain it, so I can imagine the referee's position there. It looks like they're going to review that. They're getting ready. The players are ready, but Sebastian's still looking at this and saying, we got to get this locked down. Tim Siegel is going to use this opportunity to try to get his team a little bit more coaching advice. We get our final ruling. Let's see who's going to benefit the most from this free timeout. The Fortune only had one more to use, so they're going to be loving this opportunity.
If I'm the players here, I take this moment to just take a huge breath here. Everything has been going so fast. That's the only time that they've had a little bit of breathing room, and I hope that they all took it and they're ready to be intense here.
Looks like it was a scoreboard mistake, not a in-person team mistake. They go back and replay the point. Point for Fortune, 7-point lead for Outriders. Big kick, but again, Ciolin's been seeing that all night. Do side, ad side, ready to go. Misses that passing shot long. Within striking distance at 6. A +2 here from Fortune would really bring it into 4 and really cause them a lot of nervousness. +2 opportunity for Flores. Boom! Fortune. Big kick to Cabezas, and this is going to be the struggle, that big kick when you have this mixed doubles. We're going to see the switch here to Menichello on Ciolin.
We see Flores walking with a little swagger there back to the line. He's like, hey, we're coming back on the scoreboard. You guys better be careful.
And now within 2, this is the Flores, why you put him in. When he is playing well, his highs are high. Brought them back. Could he tie it up here? He gives it right back. Oh, that's a big breather for the Outriders. Outriders have not, you've only used one timeout the whole night.
I think this is kind of a good time for one. I'm not going to lie. They got that point there, but their energy needs to be a little higher. We're only 4 points away now for the Fortune to come back when they just had a really big lead. So I think it's time for a timeout.
Menichello rushing back, trying to use some of that energy. Swing and a miss. Ball came quick to Cabezas. 3-point lead, Outriders. Under 7 minutes to decide opening arc of opening weekend. A case to serve. Tries to go for the drop shot volley, gets it, +2 within 1. And we see the timeout from Amy. Look at that final play right there. Flores using that short volley. Great backspin action. Big fist pump to his teammate.
The less likely they can cross. Okay, good. Okay? And then look, when he's serving to the guy, you know it's coming to you. So back a step like you did in making volleys. Good job, good job. Okay? Let's go. Hey, this is ours. This is ours. This is ours. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. Let's go.
Much different tone of voice from the Outriders and the energy as they've now brought it back to within 1.
I think the Outriders want to keep calm here because they're like, uh-oh, we had this big lead. What's going on here? And the Fortune's fired up. They have the momentum right now. They want to run away with this. And just like their coach said, he said, this is ours.
Menicello rushing to the net, ran a little bit out of control. I think that ball was actually going out, but he couldn't get out of the way.
I agree. Sometimes it's hard because they don't want 2 points, but they also don't know if it's going out. So I think it's a last-minute decision for him, and unfortunately, it just wasn't the right one there.
Tie ball game. Let's see if Menicello can put his presence, athleticism from Flores to get that back in play. Both back at the net. Point for Outriders. Big kick, movement back and forth. Great open stance backhand by Rafael, moving over by Flores. Movement left, right, teamwork, volley, force there. 143, 143, 5 minutes remaining. 65 minutes of tennis, but it's going to come down to these 5 minutes. Big kick serve to Cabezas. Interesting that Rafael went back. Maybe she was expecting the lob, still does a good job with that swinging volley.
I think the coach did say to take a step back when the guy is serving to the guy, even though he did not serve to the guy there. I think she's trying to take a step back here so she can move forward on her volleys.
The Fortune have really picked up some momentum. The Outriders, you can only use 2 timeouts in 1 bolt. Is now the time. Do you stop this Fortune 2-point lead? That'll calm the Outriders down a little bit. Cabezas done a great job in singles and in women's doubles, but it's now the time to bring in somebody like Brandy Walker that has the power that sometimes you want to see in doubles. You don't want a lot of soft top spin shots. You want that size. She couldn't reach that poach. Good move, just couldn't get there. +2 for Fortune, 3-point lead now.
And you see the frustration there from the Outriders. Probably in their heads, they're thinking, hey, how did we let this slip?
Tries to take that backhand down the line, off the open stance. Risky move, works for her. 4-point lead, biggest lead in a long time. We see the substitution, but for Zoe Hammond to come in.
Maybe they want Zoe Hammond in for her height. Maybe she has a little bit more room at the net to go for volleys. I don't know, we'll see.
The heavy topspin that she normally plays, that's the risk, that it can leave some balls hanging. And Amy O'Connell will use her final timeout of the night to try to regroup before it really gets out of hand. Let's listen in.
When we go back in, I want you to go in for a step in and we'll make a change in a minute. But you go back in here on the active side. Wait, go forward, put that side.
We're turning all the way up.
Okay?
If you're going for Fortune, make some noise. What about if you're cheering for Team Outriders? Make some noise. It is anybody's game right now. But they need
Quick, simple coaching from Amy. Sebastian Nunez reminds her, you're out of timeouts, time to play. Fortune going to try to take advantage of that and continue to ride the momentum. 150, 144, Fortune on the near side in the all black. Coach Siegel's fired up, J Flo LaCase ready to go. Good aggressive return by Zoe down the line, but just great movement and volleys by J Flo. +2 winner, 8-point lead.
And we're seeing the energy here from Fortune. Every single person is jumping around, is screaming, and I think that's part of the difference that they're making right now is they're just so loud and they're just going for it. What an unbelievable return there for Zoe Hammond, going for the down the line again, and it pays off.
Very smart move. A lot of times you see players afraid to go down the line again because they saw how well the opponent did, but the better play a lot of times go right back at them because sometimes they want to poach again. Zoe with some frustration after giving the point back. Ciolin takes the place of Menicella. 7 points, going to try to handle this. Let's see if Flores mixes up because Ciolin's been doing great on the back end. Did try to mix it up, misses it in the net, but smart strategic play. Great volley by Zoe with the big fist pump, +2, getting her team back in it to within 4. 2.5 minutes.
That is exactly what they needed there. What a gutsy move from her. And they're getting another point on the board there. This is exactly the position they want to be in with Ciola serving again.
Fortune from an 8-point lead down to 3. You can see the look on their face changing. The Outriders have the momentum and the confidence. Zoe with another poach, the fist pump. They look like the team that they're winning even though they're still down 2. 2 minutes left and a timeout from Coach Tim Siegel to take a breather. The movement from Zoe Hammond, she has stepped up. You're talking about wondering if Brandy Walker should be in there. Zoe says, JY, not yet. Look what I can do. In singles, she was playing more conservative, and now look how she's turned it up for doubles.
I told you she's going to use that wingspan, JY, and she is using it.
Size is an important thing in doubles. That's why Menicella was in early. That's why Zoe Hammond's been brought back in. Let's see if this timeout stops the momentum. Opening season, opening arc. What a night. Ciolin to serve for Outriders. Flores going all the way back, but the presence of Zoe Hammond made that very difficult. 1 point lead for Fortune. Big kick up to the LaCase backhand, tough to handle. We are tied up. Take that one on the rise. Doesn't go all the way back. Volley on forced air. Fortune maintained the 1 point lead. LaCase to serve. Great movement at the net from Zoe. Ciolin didn't follow it up. Uses the forehand dipper. Great job. Tied up once again. Ciolin with the extra look. Zoe to serve. 5-4. Taking her time. Good calmness, even though she's run into the shot clock before. We've seen a couple faults coming from her. That is her 8th of the night. Tough 1 point lead for Fortune now. Under 50 seconds. With the miss, the pressure's on for both of these teams. They can feel it. The crowd's in it. The teams are in it. The nerves are high. 40 seconds. Big kick. This is the rule. This is the format. This is tough. Who can handle the pressure the best? LaCase gets her opportunity. 3 faults trading back and forth. Under 30 seconds. Only have 1 or 2 points left. Give it back. The moment is getting to these players. Zoe Hammond's turn. Force her faults back and forth. Welcome to Intense. 10, 9. Conservative approach, comes to the net. Volley winner, they're gonna run it out. They're gonna do it just off that. Outriders are stunned with, oh my gosh, what a night. The Fortune. Final point. The conservative return from Flores. We see the emotions back and forth in Maria. Volley winner to finish.
This is absolutely insane. This is tennis turned up, people.
Oh my gosh, what a moment. Perfect opportunity for us to look at our Solaris lock-in play of the night. And what better than the final one that decided it all. Flores finally controls one of his returns. And LaCase just stands there, tough for Zoe, the presence of there at the net. Roberto Cid with a celebration. Maria, just let's try to take this all in right now and give us your thoughts.
I can barely take it in. This is my first night here, and already I'm in love with this format, with this intense tennis. This is insane. What tennis here. It's incredible.
The team's trying to get gathered to share their thoughts, but this is just something that you do not see in tennis. In traditional tennis, coming down to the final point never works, right? It's always you got to win by 2. But tonight, it comes down to the final play to get us started as we go courtside with Kelly, who's got Coach Siegel.
Coach, boy, what would you say was going through your head there as you saw the clock counting down 10 seconds? One last point.
I was just praying that he wasn't going to overplay the return. Once he made that return, I felt confident because he's a showman and he gets a little wild. But let me tell you, I told the team going into mixed doubles, if we were down by less than 10, we would win, and we did. So proud of him, so proud of him.
I saw the hug there at the end. I mean, that embrace, does that say everything about this first round matchup?
First of all, I love this league so much. I love my team. They work hard, and they never gave up, even though we were down by 15 or more.
Congratulations on the win. Enjoy it. Guys, big win for Fortune.
What a moment for the Fortune to round it out tonight. Extra special as they get the prize money spotlight after tonight's win. That team, $9,000 to that team, $1,500 to each of those players. Payment Labs is going to be very happy to sending that payment. And for all of us here right now, we're going to have a few minutes before we come back for our second bolt of the night. J.Y. Obone, Maria Mateus, Kelly Kroll will be back. I don't know if we can top that, but both of those teams are certainly going to try. The Fortune, the back and forth in the seesaw. What an incredible starter. But we got another arc with 2 teams, freezing altitude. Stay with us for another incredible weekend of a great new format in tennis. We'll be back.
Like I'm Kesha, I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Walk with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Baby, I'm not one of them, you should try on it. Miss me with all that, I'm on it index. Put this up, I send you back to your ex. But good luck with that, this is big as it gets. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure.
Rolling, baby, rolling.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Boom, +2. Give them a name to remember.
We're about to get back out there and kick some.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure.
They are fired up here.
Yeah. Let's see how you do under pressure.
Welcome back, everybody, to Atlanta, Georgia, as we just finished an incredible opening arc. The 2026 season of the Intense League is underway, and we just had an incredible moment. We have 43 arcs, but the first one inside the Intense Arena, one of the most modern places you will ever find in any sport. Here at Stage 5, Maria, this was incredible. So just give us your thoughts on what we just saw.
Absolutely mind-blowing. That was beautiful tennis, unbelievable ending there. And I think it really showed what Intense is, right? When you have one serve, we saw some back and forths there with some missed serves, and it got down in the nitty-gritty at the end. 14 seconds in between points, 2 points for winners. I think that's what made the difference, JY.
And for those of you who missed that first arc, this is very different than traditional tennis. It's what made that finish so exciting. We have a special guest that also helped explain what makes this difference. Let's take a look.
Vaya con Dios, Intense amigos. It's your old doubles partner, Chip Rowley. You might recognize me from YouTube. I'm here with my old doubles partner, JY.
Chip and I are here to tell you a little bit about Intense.
We like to crack wise, but one thing we don't like to joke around about is why Intense exists. Let's get into the weeds and fertilize some minds on the truth behind the world's favorite tennis league.
There was an opportunity in professional tennis to make the life of a tennis player more financially viable, more stable, more sustainable. So Intense took it and ran with it.
And they ran fast, taking tennis to the next level.
Our players make a salary, which is unheard of in tennis, and you can take home winnings each week.
$9,000 in weekly winnings, $30K in championship winnings. Welcome to the next tax bracket.
The money is one thing, but the stability is another perk. For 8 weeks, Intense players don't have to worry about packing their bags every week and going to another city.
They get to stay here in the capital of tennis Earth, Atlanta, where the peaches are green and the tennis balls are greener.
Peaches aren't green, Chip.
Back to you, JY.
10 teams, 8 players per team, 4 men and 4 women, and they get to experience team tennis. With 8 players on each of our 10 squads, they never celebrate victories by their lonesome and never navigate the agony of defeat as a solo act.
That's right. Not only do they have a shoulder to cry on after a loss and a back to slap after a W, they've got a head coach willing to stick his neck out for them. And unlike the coaches at my club, these coaches are good.
The coaching benefits are real.
And you know what else is real around here? The
fan experience. Fans, yell, be loud, have fun. Nobody's going to shush you or tell you to have less fun.
Could you imagine someone around here saying, stop having a blast at the tennis? Not going to fly.
And you're not going to be here forever. Our arcs only last about 2 hours.
No endless 5-hour marathon matches that'll have you wondering, am I ever going to see the family again?
There's just enough time for you to sit back,
stand up,
relax,
get fired up,
and enjoy the tennis.
And the beauty of Intense tennis is the uniqueness of the players, of different personalities, of different rules. And we saw that with the first arc, and we're going to see so much good tennis here in this second arc.
Boston is going to be a great night tonight. Donde Murray is ready for it.
Well, they led Chicago to an undefeated regular season last year, but their season was cut short, shy of championship weekend in that stunner against Minnesota. Tova DeCrana led Boston to championship weekend, and then when they got to Madison, he was unbelievable. Set a championship weekend record with 16 assists, and he has carried the momentum of the success from the end of last year into the start of this year.
He's an incredible offensive playmaker. The difference between him and Don, they're both athletic. They both can make incredible plays. Tova as a hustler is a different story. He has incredible edge control, the ability to pinpoint this anywhere on the field and make it easier for the offense to score from anywhere. And that's the big thing. I think you learned a lot about patience last year, especially being mentored by Jeff Babbitt. And he's just continued into this new campaign this year, trying to defend that title.
And you mentioned Jeff Babbitt. There is breaking news, and it's bad news for Boston fans, Brian. Jeff Babbitt was questionable, and he has been declared out. He is not going to play tonight in this rivalry game against his old team that he won 3 championships with. How does no Babbitt impact life for Boston this evening?
Well, they've got to figure out how to use all of their pieces.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Trey. In just a few minutes, we'll be right back with our second arc of season opening night. Stay with us, and we'll be back.
And a lot of other really great role players. So for Boston, it's about figuring out how to get the best out of everybody there.
All right, there's an awesome atmosphere here at Hormel Stadium tonight. The Empire and the Glory. They meet next Friday in New York, but right now, Friday Night Frisbee, let's pause for the performance of the national anthem.
Welcome back to season opening night of the 2026 season of the Intense League. First arch finish came down to the last point. Then we're coming down to the second one of the night. I'm Jay Wildbone and Maria Mateus here. Maria, as we have the altitude and the freeze coming up, who are some players that stand out?
You know, such special teams here for altitude with Coach Marcelo Ferreira. He's our 2025 Intense champion. We have Felix Corwin, who's a top 10 doubles at Minnesota, and Emma Burgich, supermom, 7-time All-American. And the freeze, we got Coach Simon Pritchard with Carousel and Sion Mendez, our 2025 Intense MVP. It's going to be a good night of tennis.
Raul Garcia, one of the biggest forehands, and then Felipe Costa coming in. But first, we'll go down to the coin toss for Sebastian Nunez.
Welcome to Intense. Team Freeze, you're the host. Altitude the call. Heads or tails? Heads is the call. It's heads. All right, Freeze to serve. Good match.
Go time, arc number 2. Altitude on the far side, Emma Burgich leading the way. No surprise for Freeze on the near side. The 2025 season female MVP.
These are the game are brought to you by Victory. Elevate your game. Brian Jones, how will these two teams look to elevate their games tonight?
For New York, 2 men's doubles bolts coming up after that, and then the 3 doubles bolts. The 2025 champion coach is on the other side of the net for the altitude. Simon Pritchard teaming up with Raul Garcia once again used to coach him when he was at Kennesaw State.
And then for Boston, right, they've got to survive that first punch that they're going to see from New York. They haven't seen
Emma Burgich had a resurgence in her career, taking some time off. They're having a couple kids, bringing it back. Playing some of her best tennis as she comes in for the Intense League, Maria.
Absolutely incredible story from her, and she's playing arguably the best tennis of her life, and she is one of the best players in this league. And Sion Mendez, you know, being MVP, having that experience, having had played a lot last year, and Emma having played last year too, definitely have some experience. Let's see what these girls got.
We're going to see a lot of drop shots from Sion. That's her best shot. She worked the court very well. Wonderful open stance backhand. She's a great athlete overall, but the way she works the points to set up the drop shot, that's what she's going to try to play. Emma, solid up both sides, good mover, won't overpower you, but she'll beat you with her tenacity, her toughness, her fight as she gets ready for this show to get underway.
5 assists, 2 goals, 1 block.
Known both these girls a long time, having played a lot of juniors with Sion and having had played Emma in the pros too. Both of them are fierce competitors, great girls, and I think really good at people to start off this arc for their teams.
Part 1 in the journey, and you know
first point on the way, clock on the way. First nervous hit of the night from Sion. Miss hit, forehand into the net. 1 point for altitude on the far side. Emma Burgich with the first serve. Spending a lot of time working on that toss in the past few months. Speaking of Marcelo, pointed out how much he's improved that serve. Serve right off the line skids, +2 winner. You hit a winner, counts as 2 points for your team. You go back and serve on the same side. Total points will accumulate throughout tonight, so even when the men come up, whenever that ball finally comes down, all the points accumulate throughout the night.
Roy is the third member of our broadcast crew tonight. Cody covers the glory
and
here locally. Cody is on the sideline. Wearing the heat. Cody, welcome to Friday Night Frisbee. How you feeling?
On this team of life, and she knows exactly how to deal with those emotions and that pressure. And look at her; she's just confident. She's going for it.
The quick serve from Burgich to serve. 14 seconds, but you don't have to wait for your returner to be ready. She got her with the quick serve. Sion misses that long. Let's see if Sion feeling the nerves, but also a little bit of pressure and expectations. Last year it was new for everybody. This year everybody's looking to Sion to say, all right, well, guess you're going to do it again, right?
Yeah, of course, but I think she has to not think about that at all. I think she needs to be focused on the points that she's playing. I'd like to see her use those drop shots as much as she can. I watched a lot from last year, and those were insane drop shots. Emma's just running away with it right now, though. She started out very aggressive and moving forward. I love to see it.
8-0 for altitude on the far side. Lots of tennis to be played, 70 minutes total time, but scoreboard pressure was not something that either team earlier tonight fell under.
Well,
8-1 as we see
is
the
on the
first
field
serve
for the
fault. You
opening
only get
possession
one serve in
of
this
Empire
format, so you
offense.
miss, you hit it in the net.
Out there
Point goes to the other
Matt
team,
Labar,
and you serve when you win
Ben
points.
Yacht,
We're going to see
Braden
Emma go
Everhart,
back
Jack
and get an
Williams,
opportunity here.
Jacob
We see
Talon,
Marcella trying to tell
and Alex
his team
Atkins.
to
There's
get
no Solomon
focused,
Rushmeyer
get
Bailey tonight.
engaged.
He is inactive,
They're
unavailable.
on the edge of the court. They're
It'll be
really
interesting
close.
to see
Seems like the
how
whole team is
the
playing
Empire
there.
handle the
Both
backfield
teams.
touches. Launder
And Emma, they're hitting a let serve,
and
but
Friday
here at
Night
Intense,
Frisbee
you do
on
play the let,
rivalry
and she's
weekend
throwing her
is
racket
underway.
so that Sion does not
The
get a
Empire
two-pointer, and Sion
trying to
goes for
hand
that
the Glory their
underhand
first
serve. We
loss
just saw 3 rules
since they won
back
the
to back
title
to back.
last
This
August.
is tennis
And
turned
here's the
up.
first touch for Don Desmarais. The 25-year-old Belgian making his New York debut, being guarded by Boston's Peter
Big
Boris
serve
on
by
the opening
Emma,
possession.
bigger return by Sion, a couple plus twos for her. Very interesting as you look at Sion's serve, Emma's serve. Not a lot of spin on that serve. It's coming pretty flat. You think that's on purpose, or is it just something she's trying to work through the nerves?
You know, this is actually, she's serving pretty hard, and I love to see it. It looks like she's improved her serve a lot. I think it used to be a lot softer, and it gave opponents an opportunity to come in, but she's really going for that serve, and she's looking good right now.
12-7, Sion using some of her drop shots in the point before that.
And it's Boston's Rowan
Under
Dunkerlid,
7 minutes
college
left.
champ for the
Second
University of
arc of the
Massachusetts.
opening night.
That's now
Only
on
one
Don.
serve, she misses
switch
it. Point
downfield.
for the
Oscar Graff has
freeze on the
Desmarais
near
as
side.
Everhart works it to Atkins. Already
Running around
75
the
seconds
forehand. We
off the
saw
clock.
that earlier tonight. Crushes the backhand with
Desmarais
great
swings
defense.
into Williams.
Tries to find that drop shot. In the right place to do it, though.
And here's
Yeah, I agree. I think I like to see her
Desmarais,
moving
a little
forward. She has such a
hesitation,
good
move up
net
the
game
line.
and hitting
Launder
those
to
drop shots. I
Krana
think it's going to
into
come
the
to her.
back
She
of
just
his
needs a
good
couple reps.
friend,
Again,
but it's Don
everyone coming in, she's
Desmarais
ripping
who's
some
got
balls
the
now. I
goal
think
with
she's
a
trying
grin
to
on
let
his
go of
face.
some pressure and some nerves, and she's going to ease right into it.
Point one does not disappoint.
What a goal from the ultimate frisbee.
Forehand on the rise, sets up the swinging volley winner. +2 for altitude.
A little bit of a shove, playfully. Launder to Krana is something we haven't talked about yet. He can make a huge impact here, and he's so close.
Berg's coming out as the aggressor so far tonight. Sion trying to use a little bit more of her dynamicness. So Bergic handling it extremely well.
They gave each other a big hug when they
on the near
each other.
side.
You know, we talked so much about
female
Tova
MVP
and Don,
trying to bring back some of that high-level tennis.
Don and Lander are
Bergic's
basically the
playing
exact
some
same
good
age.
tennis to start.
Just you know, 8-9 months
Slice down
apart.
the line, pulling Bergic on the run, sets up the forehand down the line, +2 winner.
Now we get to see Tova.
15-11.
Out there on offense, he'll be guarded by New York's Drew Schnottigl in the opening possession. Thomas Edmonds, Ben Sadok,
We have
Ryan
a substitution
Dinger,
here with Malkina
the three
Gurley is
handlers.
now in. Very
Albert
big
Yuan
personality. I'm sure she's
activated.
going to
He
get
had
her
been
team fired up,
in
and
the
let's see how
dress
she does against Sion here.
category, but
Big personality,
no Turner
big
Allen, no
game,
Jeff Babbitt.
can bring
Yuan
a
gets the
lot
call, and
of
he's out there
dynamic
for the
moving
first goal
forward to the
point.
net.
Miss Simon Carapella, underrated, important
16-11.
for this Glory
Big
offensive
kick
unit,
serve. We
guarded by
see
Ben
more spin
Simmons.
on her serve, brushing from low to high on that ball. A little bit more of a continental grip as opposed to Eastern. Just misses it
There's a lot
wide.
of athletes on the field on both sides. The defense is taking
Sion
away the
trying to
shot,
step in and
they're willing
find
to
some of
force
that
both teams to
offense.
work. Both offenses know this.
What do you do
Thomas
when
Edmonds
you're just
shoots.
trying to find that
Tova to
offense,
Krana,
not
to
playing
the end
well,
zone.
and forces
What a
you
shot.
change? What would you suggest here?
Edmonds with a perfect punt, and Tova the easy snag. That's one for Don and one for Tova. 2.5 minutes in.
It took a lot of passes, but eventually the shot developed. Thomas Edmonds was a sniper.
Big kick. Now she's trying to connect above the shoulders. As we see Maria Navarro Oliva in the lefty from Mexico, bringing the size and the different strategy. As we see, Malkia now, you want to try to find the backhand a lot of times for opponents. Change it up, go wide, and misses it.
And Fernanda Navarro is another player that I have played before, and I can definitely say she has a big serve, she has a very heavy forehand, and being a lefty always throws the opponent off. She is not a tough out.
Why is it so difficult for righties to then start trying to serve to lefties?
Same night my dad turned 70.
You need to figure out where you want to serve, you know, and also Maria is a tall girl. Sometimes you want to go to the body sometimes, get her squeeze, try and step in, but same thing for Malkia. Both of them have height, which is awesome for power. Unbelievable shot there from Malkia.
Big forehand winner. She's stepping up. When she plays well, she plays
York
great
didn't have to work
in
that
this
hard
format.
last
She
week
will get
against
rewarded,
Pittsburgh,
gives her team the
Brian,
first double-digit lead of the night.
win.
Changes it up with the drop shot, fake into the grip, another +2 winner. Rocking and rolling, didn't hear the sound, she keeps going. And we're going to see our first Emory Sports Medicine timeout by Simon Pritchard and the Freeze to try to get themselves organized.
Flip it downfield into the hands of Kai Schniedergers.
Watch it, she's going to change the grip here at last second. And that drop shot is set up by the big forehand that she hit previously. Maria backed up, expecting the big forehand, and then at the last second carves that drop shot short.
And I think that's exactly looking for the right opportunity. You want to hit drop shots when your opponent is far behind the baseline. She understood the assignment.
But there's nothing obvious. All the cutters are hesitating downfield just a little bit.
Kelly, you've been around these teams as they've started tonight. What's the feeling down there?
JY, Maria, I'm sure this is no shock to either of you, but what you're seeing from team altitude on the sideline, it's a direct reflection
back of the end zone. Will he have the
Marcelo
roll?
is as intense as it gets.
He's in.
And every single one of his players,
fired up.
I mean, if nothing else, they're showing this crowd exactly how loud and crazy and intense you can get during this because they've got it all rocking and rolling over here right now.
26-13, they are definitely on a roll. 13-point lead as we come back. Final 3 minutes of the first 10 minutes as we see the teamwork. Malkia was lined up to serve on the wrong side. Teammates helped her quick serve to come into the net. And it works out. +2 lob winner.
Will that play a role?
Things going right for the altitude.
And we've only had 3 points.
And I think Kelly said it really well. You know, the
assist
players
for
are a
Alex
direct
Atkins,
reflection of their coach right now. And Coach
had such a
Marcelo is just
scintillating
so high
start to the
energy, and we're
season.
seeing that
Entering
from the
tonight,
altitude, which is, I
22
think, why
assists,
they
9
are
goals,
more
only
comfortable
2
right now in this setting.
throwaways in 5 games.
Oliva trying to use some of that slice, change it
9-11
up,
on
change
Hawks,
the
and there's the
dynamic,
first
give
turn.
Malkia a different
Randolph
look.
gets in the
Works
passing
out for
lane,
there as
defending
Malkia
Ned Dick.
overplays the drop shot into the
Early
net, loses the
Panorama.
patience. Oliva to
Youngster out
serve.
of Georgetown who's really struck lightning for the Empire, and with Antoine
Big
Davis
heavy
getting a
forehand
touch,
cross-court
the
just
whistle
misses it
blows,
low.
and it's a New York
29-14,
timeout
too far
as they try to cash in this first break chance.
John Randolph
Opening night, 2026 intensely. Team format, men and women. Substitutions, they can happen at any time.
Incredible at playing the angles.
Unlimited as well. Each team gets 5 timeouts. We saw the Freeze use 1.
Is another animal, another beast entirely.
Men are going to be coming up after women's singles uses their 20 minutes. Men's singles will get 20 minutes. All 3 doubles formats after the finish. Came down to the last point, arc number 1. +2 with that serve and volley sneaking into the net. 32-15 for altitude.
That's when you need to
Coach Marcelo is so fired up. And you know what I love about the altitude team is that every single person on that sideline is staying warmed up and ready. They know if they're thrown in, they are ready to go.
Atkins
coming into the net with the forehand down the line. Misses that passing shot long.
Cutter.
33-15.
Closest handler in the backfield.
Big serve, loosening up, feeling better. Forehand lined up.
Here we go.
Gets her body weight into it, sets up another volley, +2 winner.
Defense doubling on Demaray downfield.
Malkia is playing some unbelievable tennis here tonight.
Underneath on, still
35-15, 20-point lead. The Freeze are looking at that clock and they can't wait for that 1 minute to go by. No answers for anything being thrown at the altitude. Marcelo going to try to tell Malkia to calm down and slow down a little bit. Very interesting coaching move. The balls have not made it back. Where are all the balls? I think that Sebastian Nunez is going to give her an extra second to replay that point. Very interesting from Marcelo to actually tell him to calm down. I mean, is this something you want, or do you want to continue to ride that wave?
You know, I think as the 2025 champ, he knows what he's doing, so I'm just going to trust that he knows. And,
the level of caution
Malkia take a breather
possession
here.
preservation, and it pays off. It's Atkins for Lamar. Second assist for Kin, second goal
things that can really disrupt their rhythm. Hopefully that wasn't one of them for altitude. Malkia with the serve miss.
An incredible move by
Leave it a
Don to
serve.
get this up. First we see the block. Don Randolph in that space. And then the timeout
Opening up the
afterwards.
court with the backhand,
Demaray
drop
gets
shot
open,
angle from the going
planting his
away.
foot in the ground, that
Great
jab
coverage
step
at the
in.
net. Passing
I love
shot,
Lamar.
volley winner. 2 points back for the Freeze, 36-18.
I would love to have him there on that offense.
Great point there
Simple.
from Maria Navarro.
He makes
She's really
moves. He
stepping
gets
in.
open
I
very
love that. I like it
easily.
when she gets to the
Plays
net.
to his
She's got
strengths, which are
really good forehands, great volleys.
Last year,
I love
LeVar
when
was
she
one of
uses
4
it.
guys on the Empire that played in every single game. Finished second on the team in
Backhand
goals.
miss hit,
Tied for third
and the
in fifth.
Bolt is finished. 37-18, 19-point lead. What do you think about that start? Got to be about the altitude.
You know, I don't know if you can get a better start than that from the altitude. They're showing experience. They came out here and they are on absolute fire right now. I don't even know if Freeze is really doing anything wrong. I think altitude just played that well, so it's going to be interesting to see how they pick it up. And, you know, I'm excited to see more tennis here. They're playing amazing.
The Freeze are going to welcome this timeout as they want to try to change the momentum. We'll see when we come back with their second women's singles bowl.
High stall situation. Randolph Callahan! Another New York break in with style. It's John Randolph. The Callahan makes it 4-1 Empire.
Cable catches this in a difficult spot, and it's not obvious for the rest of the people where to go with it. Cable's looking around. He's a little bit frantic. The stall's getting higher, and then you're tossing it up to Ned Dick, who's normally perfect in the reset space, but John Randolph is going to eat that up every single time. And New York getting a great start right away, converting quickly. There's no better way to convert. Don't need an offensive set after that one.
Second career Callahan in the UFA for John Randolph. His first was May 24th, 2024 against Philly. Statement start from New York here.
And this is really where Boston was missing Jeff Babbitt. When you need that reset, somebody just run hard and get the disc. Everybody there was a little stationary.
Welcome back as we have bolt number 2 for women's singles underway. Second part of the opening night of the 2026 Intense season. The altitude are off to some great tennis. Freeze doing okay, but frankly, when the altitude are playing that well, there's not a lot you can do with it, especially when this +2 format.
And they flips it off the side of Rowan McDonald's head.
And just wait for it to
picked up quickly. Nick Whitlock zips it to the end zone for Bobby Elston.
I don't think you have to count the Freeze.
The early barrage from New York, 5-1 Empire.
Courtside, got a little bit of listening to that Freeze. Kelly, what'd you hear down there?
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting, Coach Pritchard, along with Coach Carousel. Don't you not believe that these players are coaching one another up as well? Both kind of looking at Oliva saying, hey, don't be afraid to chunk it up a little bit. I think they noticed that really altitude was building on its momentum right between Emma and Malika. And so I just think they said, go ahead and slow the game down a bit.
You have to work for it. And now you're already down 5-1.
Empire are 48.
Burgick just seems too ready to play. Never listen
They've got 5 goals.
Go time. They're anxious when you're playing well. You don't want to stop. You want to keep going and see if the Freeze are going to be able to use this break to regroup.
3 turnovers for Boston.
Again,
no, excuse me.
The difference in this format with Intense, the stoppages that sometimes coaches can have, the Bolts can have, to ruin a little bit of momentum. Let's see if Maria Navarro Oliva is going to try to use some of that. She's still in. I haven't seen the Sion come back. Haven't seen Emily Schultzen in yet.
Now we get Bruce Nautigal on. Kobe DeFrana. He's got a tough match for him, but he's thrown into this game as well for New York.
Slice, change of pace deep to the Burgess forehand.
Possession for Boston.
Continuing to change that pace, keep it low.
Back to
Been
Dinger.
effective the few times that she's been able to use that. 37-20.
I really like that change of pace. Get the ball a little bit low, and we see Team Freeze have a huge come on after that. I like to see their energy to unfreeze themselves, if you will.
Pressured, Nautigal calls for the foul.
Forehand by Burgess chooses not to come into the net. Goes from offense to defense. Navarro taking advantage, using that lefty-heavy forehand. Change of direction, forehand inside out.
After the
drop
restart,
shot, bringing Burgess in.
For the night
counter
for
drop shot, plus 2 winner.
Edmonds for the score that snapped New York 4-0 run.
She's all over the place. Great point, though, from Navarro. She played super well. I like to see that from her, and she can keep that up. And, you know,
again, but after they hit, to go across the field,
The toss getting away from Burgess just a little bit. 39-21.
That's what they need to be able to
8.5 minutes left. The women's played 10 minutes before this. The men will play 2 10-minute bolts after this of men's singles. Then we get all 3 doubles formats after. Men's doubles, women's doubles, mixed doubles. Always finish with mixed doubles. The host team gets to choose who starts first, and that's why we started with women's singles.
is number 1 in the league in
choose women's singles, and why wouldn't you with Sion Mendez? But then they quickly pulled the trigger to get her out.
I think Sion maybe just came out a little tight. I'm sure she's going to get a lot more playing time tonight, and she's going to step up when she needs to because she has that experience. And look at her, she's on the sideline. She's bouncing around. She has a rocket in her hand. I think she's going to show everyone what she's about.
Atkins. Williams over to Eberhard.
41-22. When she gets pulled out wide, struggle a little bit, going for a little bit too much. Hitting over the backhand this time.
The thing about this so far, Evan, is that Boston's played well on defense.
41-23. Breeze near side. Altitude far side.
With Jeff Babbitt up, Brian, we wouldn't have the revenge game tonight. Well, Brittany Eberhard used to play for Boston.
Because she wants to hit a heavy ball, but when
this is the Brittany Eberhard revenge game.
A little bit more forward with that forehand.
Can't believe we didn't market it like that.
We want those
Alex Atkins launches. Cowan chased by Paranella. And it's Chris Paranella, the son of the ultimate legend, Jim, who's in the house.
We're going to see a great parents
and stars watching from afar.
A little bit of sloppy play. Give me a coaching opportunity here.
His dad, Jim, a USAU Hall of Famer, 6-time national champ, 6-time world champ, one of the legends of the sport. Chris just graduated from Virginia Tech, and he gets the first block of the night for Boston. Can the glory pay it off? We talked about this pregame, Brian. For those of you that were with us on FNF Game Day, last year at Champ Weekend, Boston, 16 of 18 on their break chances. It was Sanders Johnson attack. Last week in Toronto, just 6 of 18, and they've had 24 turnovers from their D line in their last 2 games. And they've won them, so all's well that ends well, but
this is what we hear inside of those raw, mic'd up moments. We hear true coaching. Sometimes it can get intense. You can hear the language that sometimes
up the line and
Top,
incomplete.
frankly, that's what happens when
trying
coaches,
to connect
especially
with
in this
Davis,
format.
Leonard O'Connor throws it away.
We want to hear what goes on. How do they really talk to these players in the middle of competition?
Absolutely,
we're talking
and those
about
are great words of encouragement there for Emma. It sounds like she was getting a little bit negative, which we didn't see, but I guess Marcelo did, and he's telling her, hey, you have 0 reasons to be negative. Be a ball maker.
Breakthrough, and Atkins shoots it. Don Desmarais accelerating away from boards.
She's going to try to take advantage.
Work to do, the reset to Eberhard. Ball rising, Atkins using his big body to get free, and then Desmarais dancing into the open space.
Out when she came back in.
A dirty but effective hold for the Empire, and the third score for Desmarais. Beg your pardon, second goal for Don so far tonight.
Cowan goes up. Block made by Paranella, and this is just an unfortunate miss.
Chip backhand. We've seen a few of those from the Freeze team to try to change the pace against these players that are playing well. Using the dynamicness, drop shot dragon, trying to see if she can bring it back.
Right now.
Point for
gets a disc, and then Dawn kind of trotted down the field before Atkins
there from
waiting.
Sion, really going for it. I like that she's following it in right after,
too. His endurance, though, is incredible. Down 7-2 at the Elite Invite. I know we're talking about European Frisbee here. Elite Invite, they're down 7-2 to the Italian team, Lafota, and they don't rest until the rest of the game. They come back and they win in sudden death.
Hesitated. I think she was much closer. She would have been.
Doesn't matter if it's dirty hold. His ability
that sound even got me. The music, you know, one of the things that's very different about traditional tennis is that we got music going on at the same time. Fans don't have to be quiet. The teams can scream, shout.
Not really. I haven't
distracted me. Sometimes it distracts the players, but Sion hesitated and then missed that volley, but I thought she should have been much closer.
Again, Brownlee matched up with
back in for Burgage.
Well said, JY. I think the further they can move in, the more chance they have at those 2-pointers. She needs to be following that, and she's doing unbelievable. Kia is just too good at the net right now.
Poor coverage and size. Great job. +2 winner, 46-28.
Talking to him last week, he's had to make sure that ready to move anywhere.
Only one serve at Intense gives it back.
Ryan Cable, he's just shy of the goal line.
Why Freeze even has this many points. 12 faults from
reset for
the altitude.
And then back to
take
Cable.
This is a much different story. So even though altitude had that lead,
glory score.
Would have been much bigger if it wasn't for the serve. 47-29.
Making all the run of the physicality for Tobin
trying to get Ryan Cable.
There's no room there, but it doesn't matter.
She listens, she makes it.
And that ability to just take it in the end zone.
Drop shots
Well, it's a busy Friday night in the UFA. Coming up tomorrow night, our game of the week. Elliot Hawkins for Indy. What will he do in his second game as an Alley Cat this year after 15 assists on Friday Night Frisbee last week? Alley Cats and wind chill 7 p.m. Eastern from the Twin Cities tomorrow. And then next Friday, the whopping doubleheader. Game of the week exclusively on WatchUFA.tv. Boston, New York, Part 2.
Intense as this format
and
is.
then I'll be alongside Ian Toner out in the East Bay.
There's also a line where you can play
the
with
interdivisional showdown, the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Oakland Spiders. Both those teams undefeated coming into this weekend. Just really looking forward to this matchup next Friday night out west.
Play a little bit quicker.
I knew, Brian, once we got into June, we had a slew of unbelievable games. And Elliot Hawkins last week did something that we hadn't seen in the UFA in about a decade.
Big kick, gets above the shoulder, stretches her wide, returns to the net.
We've seen a couple misses here from Sion when
players
it does get high up
this decade before that
altitude. I'm looking for
was 13. Most any player had had in the league this season before that was 8. That was
Toba. A lot of success with the kicks here. Interesting opportunity to go flatter.
Letting it rip. There's help defense there.
Brushing up.
Benyat goes into the cannon. Skies for the score. Oh, goodness. He saw the help defense. He read it beautifully, and he shows that he's still got the hop at age 33 to do things like this.
Vander DeCon giving shade to Brennan McKeon. Keep helping McKeon. He's an incredible hustle. Handler defender in the small spaces. This is not his game, and he just about gets out of the way because that freight train is coming through, and it's Benyat.
Benyat,
her drop shot.
Second all-time in UFA history.
Defense by Mendez.
Goal score. That was his 451st. He's had a lot of spectacular plays through the year.
Mendez been responsible for 23 of the 36 points. But that's her 5th fault to give back. Anytime she's played a little bit of tennis at a good level, she
2 seconds left, and the Glory have the length of the field to go.
Looks like this is going to be from altitude to try to
Sadok
provide a little
just
more coaching to
launches
Burgich.
at the middle of the field. It's Whitlock like a center fielder calling it. He misplays it. Marquez is there to close out a really satisfying first quarter for the visiting New York Empire.
Physically, okay?
A brilliant start for Dante Murray. Alex Atkins with 3 assists.
We're taking away from that lead slowly but surely.
And it's a 7-3 lead for New York here in Boston after 1.
Yeah, it is, but I don't want to risk a point going really long and then get a penalty.
Is championship weekend in the Western Ultimate League.
Coach Pritchard, they're trying to manage the maximum rule for time limit in singles. A player can only play 12 total minutes in doubles, completely unlimited. They can play as much as they want, but there is a time limit. So we see how coaches are trying to manage the different dynamics and rules in Intense.
For sure, I think they really need to utilize all of their players, especially with this rule. But it gives the players a break too, because playing for 10 minutes or 12 minutes straight is very, very difficult.
Berge is having a lot of fun. Easy to have a lot of fun when you're winning. Dancing around. Let's see if she can maintain her focus as her team has a 16-point lead. I think sometimes when you see some negativity from a player getting frustrated, it's nice for them to be able to find that balance, laugh things off, and enjoy the moment, get back to competing. Heavy topspin to set up the backhand on the rise. 52-37, freeze near side. Final 2 minutes before the men get 2 10-minute bolts. Mendez uses that open stance backhand so much. The way she uses that left hip rotation into the shot. Good job coming in, but great chip by Burgich.
And I think Sion is listening to her coach very well. He said, you know, Emma's very fast. Keep moving her around. Try and get her tired. Sion is trying to do exactly that. She just got unlucky there.
Serve wide to the Mendez forehand. Aggressive
Great
return.
crowd here in Boston tonight, but
Good forehand approach,
one
sets
quarter
up
of
the
play.
overhead
It's
into
New York
the net.
that's playing super
Risky
clean
to
ultimate,
sometimes make that
Brian.
extra ball in play, but we've seen
75
on
out of
opening night a lot of
76,
players
just the
actually
one
miss overheads
turnover.
early in the arc as they
It
get
was on
used
the
to the
huck that
lighting
got
and the
blocked by
colors and the
Paranella.
sound.
Otherwise, a perfect quarter for the Empire.
Burgage, eighth fault of the night, 54-38, substitute in for Oliva, as Mendez was going to be coming up against her max time limit
Block,
rule.
Callahan, great start for them, take the lead. And for Boston, they played well defensively. They've got the one
A
block.
little bit stiff.
They didn't get the conversion.
Oliva to come
New York
back in.
has been a
Forever
slog.
trying to
They've
provide
had
some
to find
coaching
ways
advice.
to get
Wonder
it
if we're
done.
ever going to see the
Besides
underhand serve.
Schinniger's, it's really Alex Atkins only acting as the deep threat. So
Unless she makes
Boston's
that,
gotta
but
get in the board
Maria,
here
not a
and
lot of
find
margin
way
for
to
error
get
on
another
that serve.
turnover.
I think she really just
Probably
went for it.
take
You
that
can
time
hear
out,
her really
some of
just
their offensive
grunt and go
Marquez
for it,
Brownlee,
and I
number
think
one
she
all-time
got
in the
exactly what she
history of the
wanted. We'll see if she
UFA
gets
with
it
the
again.
most pulls, just launched another to get this second quarter
Gives
started.
it back, and this is the tough part
Ryan
about
Cable
the
coming
format. The
underneath,
points
and
are
he'll
on you
shoot
so
it.
quick.
Antoine
It's
Davis
hard to
chasing
just,
Thomas
you
Edmonds.
move past some of that
Davis shows
negative
the
energy. You have to be
speed,
so
and then he gets
good
tripped up
at putting
late,
things
and
behind
it
you.
falls
Burgage clearly struggling on the
incomplete.
serve side, benefiting a lot from the scoreboard.
It's nice to be
as her
reminded
team has a
sometimes that
17-point lead.
Antoine Davis is one of the great
Final
athletes
points
the
here
sport has
of
ever
the
seen.
women's singles bolts.
Testing that speed.
Oliva.
Edmonds is known to be a sniper. He
Freeze
can go
also,
deep.
they
He's
haven't
very
found a
dynamic, but
high level.
you gotta think
Ferreira's going to
Antoine's
say,
gonna win that
Burgage,
every
we're going to
single
run
time.
this clock out. 57-39 point lead. Maria, give us your thoughts on that women's singles bolt.
They're playing great. Altitude is really doing well here. They're using their momentum. They're going for it.
Davis
Even with a
sets
little
up Brownlee.
negativity, Coach Marcello's
Whitlock
keeping them
going
going.
deep.
The
Now
freeze,
he's
I
coming
feel
back
like,
under
is
the
playing a
throw
lot
finds
better and better,
Schnottigl.
so I feel like they're going to
Here's
get closer
Whitlock.
here.
Well, now it's going to be
New
the men's
Zealand
turn.
import.
We have two 10-minute bolts for
Back
men's
to
singles.
Brownlee.
The freeze didn't get what they wanted
Empire.
from the MVP, Cio Mendez. Caruso,
Breaks
Raul
in the
Garcia to
first
lead the
quarter,
way. When we
beat by
come
John
back,
Randolph,
men's
who's
singles
got the
bolts.
disc now.
Fights for some contact.
Brownlee floats it. Whitlock skies it and flips the goal to Schnottigl. Everything clicking right now for New York.
We talked about the start Boston needed. That is probably not the shot you want with the matchup. Antoine Davis versus Thomas Edmonds. On the other way, there's some layouts here from the Krona. A layout here at the end by Ryan Cable. You see these big boys, Whitlock versus Cable. But you can have the truck throw it up. With Kiwi right there.
All smiles on the New York Empire sideline as they break for the fourth time in 4 tries. Oliver Fay made his 2026 debut for the Empire last week against Pittsburgh. Had a nice night, 3 goals, 3 blocks, 2 assists.
Fourth coming over from the D-line. He adds a lot of speed, another dimension. He's been in charge of guarding Desmarais so far, but with Boston, you just need to steady the ship. Get to halftime, not have New York extend this lead whatsoever.
Dinger takes the shot. Borth going long. Elston behind him. It's Borth shielding him with the back. Shy of the goal line for Carapella, now Toba. And there's contact and a whistle. This is coming back. And it looks like it's going to be an offensive foul on Boston that helped to send Luke Berry to the turf.
Yeah, he took some big contact.
So Toba initiates to Borth. Randolph so active as a mark. And into the ground, Simon Carapella with a huge mistake.
Things just a little cattywampus here for Boston.
A little what?
Cattywampus.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, just they're having a misalignment right now, Evan, and it's not working out for them. Carapella normally is a sure thing in the end zone to be able to throw that blade.
Yeah, he's typically sure-handed, great decision maker, super solid. But that's a costly mistake in the red zone. First red zone giveaway by either side so far tonight. This Boston O-line has had to play a decent amount of defense so far tonight.
New York still with one timeout, but right now you're satisfied with just this O-line on the field for Boston having to defend.
Charlie Panarella. There's an injury down in the middle of the field. Ben Sadope shaken up.
A lot of traffic in front of Faye. Looks like he took one that hit high. Coming through, and he gets tripped up and maybe his shoulder. Jonas running through.
Teammate, both pro and college, Jeff Babbitt coming to make sure he's okay. Again, if you joined us late, Babbitt was questionable. Tried to give it a go, but understand it's a hamstring issue that is keeping Jeff off the field tonight. You know, he'd love to be out there, especially in this matchup.
2026 Intense League season opener, arc number
ready
2
to
of the
explode
night.
out of the cut.
Altitude
He's
versus
doubled by
freeze.
Yuan.
57-39. Altitude
Oliver
been
Faye
leading the
was
way.
fouled.
I'm J.Y. Avon and Maria Mateus.
Ryan
We saw the
Dinger
women's
says
coming
no.
up. Now it's time for the men's.
Amazing tennis from the girls on both sides. I think Altitude just played exceptionally well. I don't think Freeze did anything wrong necessarily, JY. I'm looking forward to see what the men bring.
Well, the crowd's letting you know.
Great tennis by the Altitude women. Okay, throws from the Freeze.
Split second
Now it's
after the
men's turn.
whistle restarting play. Oliver Faye flips it to Oliver Dartok.
He's going to show
the
the people
Oliver
why
score.
he went
New York
number
wants
one
some more.
on the other side of the
And they
net.
break
Felix
again, the
Corwin
lead
from the University
9-3
of
here
Minnesota.
against the reigning champ.
He's going to show them what it's all about as well.
Pouring it on. Boston's offense, on top of having some real defensive plays by New York, has just been not in the right position. And
Maria, if you're the Freeze, how do you handle this? Is it time to start playing more aggressive, or is there enough time on the clock to work it, take your time, not force the +2 winners? What would you do in their situation?
I think it's always a good time to play aggressive, no matter what the clock is looking like, but with big targets. I think they can go for a good amount without feeling like they're forced or without feeling like they're out of control.
Men are starting to do a good job coaching the women up.
But you're right, it's getting
now
out
he's
of
talking
hand.
to Felix Corwin, trying to get him ready.
Because
season opening debut for Felix, first time ever playing in the Intense format.
But this game
Crew got a little bit of
away
taste
from
of this in the preseason format at the Atlanta Cup. So he's got some live action. He's a big-time player. #1 pick for the Freeze, with being #1 pick. A lot of expectations. He's going to be coming in as they're down 18 points.
And he milks it all the way to the end zone.
2 10-minute singles goals for the men.
To grab.
Women's had their 2 10-minutes.
Can that be something that gets Boston going? At the very least, their D-line will come on the field.
We are in Atlanta, Georgia. Assembly Yards.
So well done.
Intense League has taken over.
Coaching job by them being ready for this game. And you just need to find ways to keep stretching the field. It just can't be all the front all the time.
Waiting for things to get underway.
Oscar Graff,
Kelly, has you been hearing about what's going on?
Fresh Pelotas. They're looking for new balls, guys. They do that before, obviously, the first ball.
Over and over again.
Before, as in, let's say this time around the women's. They're going to do it again before the men's. Then they do it again before doubles gets underway, and so that is what we were waiting on right now. I will tell you, Raul Garcia made it a point to step over and tell me not to worry, that the Freeze are coming back in this one, so he is full of confidence. And on the other side, I meant to tell you, I am seeking right now, the Emma section is here tonight, like friends, family, everyone, so come keep an eye out for me, because somewhere I said, are they bringing signs? And she said, no, we're pacing ourselves, we're working up to signs. Maybe next
DNA still on this squad, and Cowan wanted a foul. He's not going to get one. Empire second turnover.
Probably the biggest four-man in the entire league.
Question of when.
The problem for him is that he needs a little bit of time to work his way into
giveaway already out of his hands.
That's
Sam
Rosenthal a little bit in the 2025 season, and he admitted that just takes a little bit of time for him to work in, so he's had to adjust to this format and figure out what's best for him, how to get started.
Flips it into the end zone.
For Carousel.
Jack
lead things off.
Pereiro
And Maria,
as
just talk about the
Boston's
difference.
first break of the night.
They play with 6 balls to get started before they switch out. Well, how impactful is it to have 9?
Boston takes advantage of the
Makes a huge
turnover. It almost
difference
looks
in
like at
some
one point in
nights have so
time there
many
was a little
balls.
bit of
First of all, everything
close to
moves
a
quicker,
triple
but
team.
also you
Doesn't
keep
matter,
the
no
new
call.
balls new for
Boston
much
takes
longer
advantage.
if you're playing
Later,
with more
kinda
balls. So this is a
Rhino
great thing that we're
and
doing.
after that,
That benefits some of the power play.
Brian, you have been
Absolutely,
that
especially with these
coach,
extra duty balls.
like hanging on to the
Wilson,
sideline
you
referee.
really
Don't get
can
too
swing
far
through
from
the
me.
ball. The ball's going big out of your racket,
Saying
and
to
it's going to
yourself,
benefit a lot of
do I
players.
call it? Do I not call it? What is that like as a coach
that might
in
benefit
the heat
the
of the
freeze
moment
is
when you
we have the
need
men's
this
singles
break?
bolts on their way.
You can't do it
Felix
on
Korn
whether
with
the
the serve
next
on the
throw
far
is going to be
side
good or
for
not. It's all
altitude.
about
His first forehand of the season into the net.
to get
Point
more
for
options available.
Freeze.
It's when everybody's either not moving or in the wrong position that you're going to call the timeout, or you've just decided this point's too important. Let's get my best players in the field. I don't think it's a bad call by Sam Rosenthal to let that
57-41, Caruso, the
Oh,
Brazilian,
Gordon was so
went
close.
to UCLA.
Playing on the team with my
Back
fiance,
goals
JY.
for Boston. They've cut the
I'm
6-goal
sure he's
gap
got
down
some
to
fun
4.
stories to share.
Randolph
Sure
launches
does.
a moon ball. Opportunity here for Gus Haplin and Jack Herrero defensively, and it's deflected, and it's incomplete.
Randolph comes over. Forehand, open stance.
After the break.
Felix even bigger, stretches in, point for the
That
altitude.
immediately he knew he didn't like, and it looked like an end of the quarter prayer.
Boston trying to shift
One
the
thing about
momentum
Felix
here.
Corwin is
Midway
he
through the
loves
second.
rowdy fans. So
Now
if you
here,
love
you're
rowdy
looking at
fans,
the
this
structure.
is
You're
the
wondering, should I
environment
call
for
the
you,
timeout?
Felix.
And here's where I call it.
It's called the
You're
no
backing up
shut
a little
zone.
bit.
Traditional tennis when the
there.
point is in play. You have to be
Midfield
quiet. You
by
have to sit
Oscar
still.
Kraft.
But here,
Continues for Carrero.
scream and shout however you want. You can tell by the music that goes on, creates a different environment for these players. Almost like a nightclub of tennis.
Rowan
There's
McDonald.
some serious competition
Got a
in
bunch
it.
of young, tough
As
guys, and
Caruso's
then
gonna
Rowan.
try to win his team some serious cash at the end of this.
Legend
Teams
of the
get
DC
prize money every
Breeze,
time
DC's
they
all-time
win a
leader in
team
goals
event.
and assists, and my
9,000 to the
goodness,
team divided amongst the
another
players.
killer mistake, unforced error from Boston's D-line.
The third errant flick to the up line that we've seen. Those short passes.
Already seeing some better
Atkins
tennis from the
picks
men as
up
they
and
get
launches.
started. Hard for the
Whitlock
women
battling
when
with
they
McDonald in the end
ankle build
zone.
up. The men have
Whitlock
already loosened up a little
sees
bit.
his position, and there's
60-43
nothing
as
Rowan
Caruso
can
misses that
do.
backhand down the line long.
Huge swing there. Boston trying to cut it to 3. Instead,
Only
it's
one
Empire
serve
by
intense,
5.
point
And you know,
to
Sam
Freeze.
Rosenthal second-guessing himself
That was one of
on
the
the
big
glory
things at
sideline.
altitude that even
Timeouts
kept
left.
them
You can't
within
take them with
striking
you.
distance at all.
Get this opportunity.
It's been the
after you've had a
16
horrible
faults that
start.
altitude
Down
has had. When you look at the freeze, they've only hit 9.
Go to
Big difference, a lot of free points, even though the altitude have been playing a lot better off the ground. Serving errors have been keeping the freeze in it.
Those decisions are so costly. And then Atkins, Whitlock, and Rowan McDonald tries his best. And it's not going to matter.
Lost his footing and never was able to get up and challenge.
Backhand opportunity to come into the net. Misses that.
Import,
Good
Nick
opportunity.
Whitlock.
Caruso tries to quick serve that. We've seen that so many times
Another
tonight.
bomb
The
from
quick serve has
Atkins
not
as well.
worked for anybody.
10-5
Quick timeout.
Empire.
Marcelo's used a lot of his timeouts tonight. You get 5 total, and you can use 2 in maximum
Dinger
per
with
1
some
hour.
pace to Toba de Crana. Floats it for Cable at midfield. Elston on the mark there. Reset for Edmonds.
There,
And now
don't forget,
Dinger.
go to our website, get some of the intense
Edmonds
merch.
doing a little bit more
It
work
is some
behind the
beautiful
disc
stuff,
with
especially
Dope
the hats. You
still on
see
the
the
sideline for
altitude, but
Boston.
each team's got its own colors.
Here's
You can
Yuan.
scan the QR code or visit the Intense merch. You go to intense.com.
And here's Toba. Edmonds, back of the end zone, blade, and fancy footwork from Tigger to ensure he was in bounds for the Boston score.
Edmonds basketball here in the arena, getting the fans riled up. The next 2 months is going to be called Miss Tennis, Miss Intense.
I think it's
Pickett Wilson racket.
out. Edmonds has to do more. And that's something
62-45 for altitude on the far side.
Especially, most notably,
Again, Marcelo Ferreira has been very quick to use the timeout. The coach, but will that matter towards the end? He needs some of those timeouts.
Let's go downstairs to Cody and get an update on Ben Sado. Cody?
Big return by backhand. Big backhand return by Caruso. One of the most beautiful two-handed backhands you'll find. Uses that left wrist extremely well.
Thank you, Cody.
Do not want to let him get that going. Felix is going to try to power into that forehand, forces that long. See how much he's going to try to force that strategy. Raul Garcia for free. Has a racket in his hand, walking back there, waiting for his opportunity. He knows Caruso's a #1 pick, but he knows what his forehand can do.
You don't want to call
Fell with the runaround return. Deep down the middle. Playing a little quick.
He has that experience. He's done it before.
Looks like he's riding a little bit of confidence, a little bit of rhythm. Nodding his head.
Up the line, Alex
fast,
Atkins,
looking calm.
unguarded, showing off. Asking where was the defense?
We talked about it, keep the game, keep Alex Atkins quiet.
That forehand down the line, a little bit risky, struggling to follow through.
Play good defense.
That's exactly what you want to go for, though. I like to see him stepping in and flattening out. What a huge serve from Corwin there. Nice body serve, squeezes the opponent, gives you that higher ball. Really good tactic there.
Have you ever seen a guy get so angry that a team isn't putting their best defender on him?
Almost took his head off.
You need to do something to try to stop it. Make it challenging.
To attack that, 66-48. Coach Correa trying to get his team to get fired up. He knows that there's a big opportunity to get into such a big lead that it's hard to come back.
There was a game late in Larry Bird's career where he just decided he was going to play the whole game lefty.
Opportunity, open stance, backhand slide, volley
he
there.
was unbelievable lefty.
Freeze.
Travel called on Boston. This is going to put the glory back.
There we see the first substitution in men's singles. Raul Garcia gets the nod.
The fourth
You're
quarter
in.
of the game against Philly is old.
Hometown in the lineup.
That's good news for Boston. Arapella near the
Kansas
front
State legend. No doubt will go in the Tennis Hall of Fame there. One of the best tennis players to have ever come out of there. Coached by Simon Pritchard. Teaming up together again. Can he bring Freeze back into it?
Coach of that team. I don't know.
Problem is he's got Felix rolling on the other side of the court.
On that team, but I was not sure about the coaching.
You never are, Evan. Can't get the break.
Corwin only played 5 of the total 12 minutes max that he can play. Lots of time for him to continue to play well. Couple points in a row. Pritchard trying to tell him to settle down, but a lot of times if your opponent doesn't let you, it doesn't matter.
Agreed. I think, you know, Felix is playing such good tennis. There's no reason to pull him right now. I'd like to see Garcia try and step in as much as possible. You know, work out those nerves. This is his first time playing right now. Just really going for it, moving forward.
Trying to work the
2 minutes
point,
to play in this
Maria,
first half.
Playing calm, not trying to overhit.
Felix
is ready to hit. He's not going to let him just make balls.
Through the first couple of weeks of the season.
We're going to get a substitution from Felix Corwin. Ewan Lumsden is out. Corwin did not get that notice. I think he wanted to stay in a little bit, but Ewan Lumsden from Washington State coming in.
Error
the Brit
on a
trying to get his first
Ryan
action on the
Gable.
night.
Miscommunication with Simon Carapella. Empire trying to make it 6 for 6 on break opportunities here in the first half.
Into Ewan. 70-50, 20-point lead. Freeze near side, altitude far
Sam
side.
Jonas to John Randolph, too easy.
Trying to see if he can bring some of that level into the team. Freeze, heavy forehand, working the court. Another point with a fist pump.
A story of Jeff Babbitt not coming in the game, but now it's about execution errors. Some of these, they could be tired errors. New York has put in the work early in the game to keep the Boston offense on the field. But I think when they look back at this and they go
I'd like to see more of a step in after that kick serve that he hit. He kind of backed up. If he would have stepped in a little bit more time and more opportunity to go for that two-pointer.
So perfect. Last year's championship weekend.
Big kick. Lumsden takes it on the rise. Back in rally. Chip very low to Garcia. Hard to get that up and down.
New York 6 for 6, converting every opportunity they've had.
Kick up to Garcia's backhand, drops a little short.
Boston
Lumsden
with
steps in, flattens it out.
75 seconds left to work with.
Garcia going from neutral to offensive. That's a heavy forehand on this green court.
Beautiful forehand from Garcia. He's looking confident. He's right back at the line. Big, deep breath, ready for another point here.
2.5 minutes left in this first of 2 10-minute singles bolts.
First time
quick break before they come back for another 10. Raul camping out in that corner, finding that forehand, trying to dictate. Lumsden flattening it out.
Has been New York throwing the first haymaker. And
fires it deep. Marcelo trying to get Lumsden fired up.
Has survived that initial Empire punch.
No, this is not survival. This is
lots of energy from the altitude bent tonight.
Boston certainly recovered. They're still immensely talented. But New York right now has
73-53. Lumsden calm and collected. Different game style than Corwin. Works the points. It's a little flatter. Felix Corwin brings the power. Both playing just as well.
They had to be discussing, you know, Anthony Nunez and Pat Stevens.
Forehand inside into the Lumsden forehand. I wonder if looks like he's kind of struggling to follow through on that forehand side.
A little bit. I'd like to see him going for a little bit more on that. He's kind
behind
of bumping
the
ball
defense,
up. I'd
and
like
Cole
to see him
Davis,
moving
Grant
forward.
Schuler finds it with 9 seconds left.
Let the nerves go and just really go for it. Use his energy.
Beautiful short kick by Garcia to set up the point, but London defending extremely well. Back to neutral. Garcia with the backhand down the line. Works the point.
It's a play that Demaray has to try to
73.
There's some times when you're in no man's land, you've got no other option to try to take away your goal, and hopefully they throw that out of bounds.
Takes that backhand on the rise, not giving Garcia any time on that forehand.
Boston, New York, not
And you
the
see
only
the
great
benefit
game
of the
going
ball
on
just
right
coming
now,
out so
Brian.
fast. He barely
Carolina,
even landed on
DC
his
tied
serve, and that
12
was
all
amazing.
late in the first half.
Changes
on
strategy.
WatchUSA.tv.
Go to the forehand.
Carolina
Final 45 seconds.
After one, but the Breeze have
trying to play aggressive at intense. If the serve hits the net and goes in, we play it.
This is a scary New York team.
Favorite to Raul Garcia, forehand inside out.
They always have been. And they add Nick Whitlock, Drew Schnottigel.
But if there's one
he
team
does
that
such a
has
good job
personnel,
opening the court with that kick serve, but Lundgren defending extremely well.
Schneider's downfield, Collins going deep. Whitlock catches the hammer.
That's the trouble with being so spaced out early on.
Now Cohen with a big chunk. 10 seconds. Looking end zone. Atkins beats Lander DeCrana.
Missed that substitution. He is now
and
in.
stares him down.
Tyler Stice, the
6 seconds left.
comes in for one solid point. Auburn Tiger, he's going to take that 20-point lead. Maria, give your thoughts on both Freeze, altitude, what stood out from that ball?
I think still just very, very high energy from altitude. Freeze needs to pick up their energy, I think, a little bit here so that they don't get too many points get away from them. It's a 20-point deficit right now. I'd like to see Freeze try and be a little bit more aggressive here. I think it's time to step into the court and really start just letting it go a little bit more.
The Freeze starting to find a little bit of rhythm with Garcia.
Now the question is, Boston counter in the final 6 seconds.
We'll be back for 10 minutes.
Whitlock is going to pull. Atkins, Young, Bay all hanging out in the deep space. Collins, Randolph, and Brownlee ready to charge down. And Matt Stevens just called a timeout. They have one to use. Boston has 2 to use. Missed opportunities in the first half for the Glory to take timeouts, and it has cost them.
Go back and kind of do the second guessing. I think there's only one of them where you should have called a timeout. Your offense had played a lot of points. You needed your D-line to convert. You're trying to save the energy to make the comeback. But after they had gotten that first break and they had the chance for the second one to make it 9-6, you can see that the structure isn't perfect. They're not getting the easy shots. That's when I would have called a timeout. Get your best players under them. If you're going to lose, do it with your best line, offensive line out there. And here's a precarious situation because you have a lot of players that can get blocks in these situations on the field, and then Alex Atkins playing free safety potentially off this pole. If the pass comes too early, he can chuck it the full 80, 90 yards needed.
Most important thing for Boston is don't turn it over down here. Ryan Dinger gets the backhand off. It's going to float for a while at the buzzer. And underneath it, Nick Whitlock gets the job done for the Empire to cap a brilliant first half of Frisbee.
Okay, because now you're hitting those shots.
Randolph had a little fun down at the end of the field. The throw did not count. Time had
Boy, if that doesn't
expired.
get you pumped up on a Friday
But what a
night,
half
I don't
for
know
the
what will.
Empire.
Coach Marcelo getting
They
after
came in
his
tonight
team
with
and the
something to
energy
prove.
it has shown on the sidelines tonight. Guys, I did see him pull Felix Corwin aside here and kind of talk about the body language and the energy he wants to see from him on the court being very positive. So he said, you know, we're going to stick with Stice here for a while, and there is one piece of advice he gave game of guys. And I hate to
But
call
New York
Rail out like
has to
this,
be
but he said
thrilled with how that first
backhand
22
all day
minutes went.
long.
I don't think it could have gone much better.
Tyler Stites targeting Raul's backhand gets targeted. Final 3 minutes of men's singles play.
I think
Riddle coming right now with a 77 to 56 lead. Raul Garcia in on the near side,
who is not ready to
trying
survive.
to bring that Bolivian Davis Cup experience. But then on the other side of the net,
only
Tyler Stites, one of the best players to have come out of
first
that
half
arena.
turnovers
Tennis in his age
for
group.
New York.
Top 20 collegiate player at Auburn.
10.
Now bringing that
Empire
experience here.
6 for 6 on break chances.
Big
Boston
backhand
just
deep
1
through the
for
middle.
3.
Garcia thought he could take advantage of that.
And
Miss hits it into the crowd.
7 lead.
Something about Tyler Stites is that he loves high pressure, and what better place to play than intense tennis if you love high pressure.
Right now they're trying to
No better place.
championship
I
weekend.
think any of these players would rather be one of the most fun atmospheres you'll find, not just in tennis, but all the sports. An arena like this, fans like this, team atmosphere like this. As Garcia gives a big fist pump to Coach Pritchard.
Nunez, thanks for joining us. What a first half for your team. What stood out most to you
Garcia
about the
has a
way
big
y'all
kick
played?
serve.
Almost
Tyler
perfect
trying to
frisbee.
take that on the rise, but it jumps up too much. Sneaky trying to go for that short angle drop shot. A lot of room to play with here with an 18-point lead. Instead of taking it on the rise, this time Stites goes all the way back.
With the game
Rewarded for that change of strategy as he has such a heavy forehand.
But I was noticing that Nautical
Pritchard looks like
was
he's
getting
trying
the
to tell him
Toba matchup.
to
What
flatten
has
out
he
that
done
forehand just a little bit more.
I'd like to see a little bit more energy here from Garcia, too. He needs to step it up here if he wants to get his team a little bit closer in score.
And the difference in energies and benches, altitude and the freeze, it's clear. If you don't look at the scoreboard, just by looking at the benches, you know who's winning.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree.
80-61. 8 minutes left. Men's singles. Women's singles started the night off.
What was it like
Men's
watching
singles here in the
Don
middle,
Desmarais
finished off
under
by
your
doubles.
tutelage
Stites
for the
himself
first
has
time?
his big kick. Both these players kick,
pretty
slide
amazing.
left to find that forehand.
I never really
Big backhand down the line, a +2.
Unbelievable moving forward there from Stites, and he wasn't necessarily too far into the
Another
court.
big
He just
first
hit a
half for
huge
Atkins
backhand,
as
but I
well.
like to
mean,
see the
he
way
just
that he was
continues to
actually
cook.
taking
What
a
is
step
it
in
about
after that
him
ball.
that's making him so successful right now for you guys?
you know, it's that.
There's the backhand of Garcia that they are trying to target. Fist pump. Stites doing a great job picking up 8 points very quick for his team. The altitude, this is what's happened. Serve was a big reason that they were in it. All the serve faults early is the only reason that Freeze was having a chance.
Thank you.
The altitude now have found their serve rhythm, and since they've been playing better off the ground, now they're really racking up points as Caruso is back in for Raul Garcia.
4 assists, 2 goals
Serve
for
was
Alex
just
Atkins.
long.
Game high
Sebastian Nunez
354 yards, but John Randolph had the first 2 blocks of the game for the Empire, including this Callahan that made it 4-1. Empire kept on rolling. It's a 6-point New York lead at the half.
You can
on
just see
Friday
the
Night
fire
Frisbee.
and the energy every time altitude wins a point. Every point is like championship points to them.
They're really getting all of the fans involved and getting them to scream. It's unbelievable atmosphere out here, and altitude is creating it.
Caruso trying to show why he's the #1 pick, struggling to find it, but it's not just him, it's been the entire team. They've just played okay all night, where altitude has had a lot of great moments. Freeze really haven't had any extensive great moments, and that's the problem. To see if they can change things around, but look at just the energy coming from Stites in the bench. Forehand inside in.
They've just been so consistently intense tonight, and it's showing. It's showing on the scoreboard. It's showing in the way that Freeze, their body language is not exactly where they need it to be.
With the Crown leading the way, the Glory are on the march back to the playoffs and in the hunt for a second
Good
consecutive
forehand from
championship.
Caruso.
Number 2, the New York Empire have a deep bench of great
5
players.
minutes remaining.
But Alex Atkins' arrival to
There's
the
a
Big
few
Apple
mix-ups that
has
we're
been a
going to
game
see.
changer.
Changing that serve, going to the forehand.
Fit in seamlessly with
Don't
the
see many
Empire
aces intense
and
with
quickly showed a player
one
for the
serve.
dramatic, with big throws
Plus
and
2 for the
bigger
freeze, goes
skies
back, serves
to
on the
help
same
New York
side,
elevate
changes
its
it up,
level
goes back to the kick
realm
serve.
of title contenders.
Stice with his great movement, staying in the point. Caruso, forehand angle, trying to work. He loves to set up that forehand down the line. But what a defensive shot by Stice!
Jacob Fairfax. From the buzzer-beating skies to the
and the reaction is just even better, JY. I love looking at their team every single time an incredible shot happens because their reaction is almost better than the shot itself.
89-67.
In the playoff position in the South.
Coach Fahea, all smiles.
Number 4, let's go out west and highlight Oakland's Daniel Riddaller. After being a mainstay on the Spiders D-line over the past 2 seasons, Riddaller shifted onto offense.
2 points in a row to freeze on the near side.
Elevate Oakland into the West
Sell with the
Division
backwards hat,
favorite
trying to get
and
things
a
going
true
forward.
championship threat. And number 5, while his team
Stice ready for the serve to the forehand this time. It makes Sell pay the price. Deep return. 90-68. They're letting things roll with Stice. No substitutions anytime soon.
All season long. Beyond these 5 names, there are dozens of other elite seasons unfolding before our eyes.
Heavy forehand from Stice as well. The way the depth and the way it jumps.
Stice is just playing world-class tennis right now, and he's rolling with it. And Marcelo Ferreira is getting fired up on that sideline.
Continuing to carry their team. With half a season left until the playoffs, it'll be
I think we have a little bit of a scoreboard issue. 90-68. Stice won that point. They didn't give it to him. We're going to see if they're going to try to catch that. Every point counts. Freeze was given that point. 90-70. The score should be 91-69. Let's see if they're going to review this after the break. The call came late. I thought Sebastian made sure that the ball was called out. And we're going to get Emory Sports Medicine timeout by Coach Pritchard in the freeze. Let's see if we can listen in to see what do you tell your team at this point.
Hold that pace on the third, make him move from side to side. We'll wear his ass out for the last 3 minutes, okay? If he leaves Tyler in after this point, I'm going to put him back in, okay? Yeah, come on, let's go.
Freeze on 3, 1, 2, 3, freeze!
Our weekly movie Saturday, June 13th at the Spanish Coastal Stadium and the Reps.
You see interesting matchups the way he's trying to play it. Looks like Pritchard's going to wait to see who goes back out for altitude, to see who he wants to put in. How fun is this format?
So fun. I like that he's thinking 2 steps ahead, too, just really depending on what the matchups are like. And it looks like they do have Stice back in. Garcia will be playing Stice here.
Is there any doubt? Was there any doubt?
Okay, it looks like they gave the point to altitude now and put it up on the scoreboard. So 91-70. So they caught that. Garcia coming back in, and one of the things that Pritchard wanted to do, whether Stice was going to stay in, he's played a lot of tennis to wear him out. It's not what you want from your player.
New York Empire certainly put on a show in the first half. 13-7. The Empire lead at the break in this battle of 3 of the last 4
Under 3 minutes before we have a little bit of a longer break.
New York got their
all
first
the double
title
gets underway.
with my partner Brian Jones on the sideline. How'd it feel to get drenched after finishing your perfect season, Brian?
It's the best feeling in the world. You can't beat it.
Heavy forehand by
And then you
Stice
stepped
long.
aside because you wanted to spend more time with me, and I've enjoyed all that time we've had together. Meanwhile, Anthony Nunez and Charlie Hoppus got the baths in 2022 and 2023. Back-to-back perfect seasons.
Stice changes down the line, sets up the backhand flat cross court.
With a win over the Salt Lake Shred, and then last year Sam Rosenthal handing the trophy to the Boston Glory.
He's hitting through that backhand. He's taking a breath before that serve. He's looking better than before.
The weekend continues here in
Short
Boston.
kick wide.
And
Garcia finding a rhythm.
25 chance
92-74.
trouble right now, Brian, because they are
love watching the altitude bench, how they're still
all
urging
of the weapons
Stice
and the
on.
energy
They've been
and the
so
speed
engaged
and the
this
skill
entire
that New
night.
York
Whether they've
has
won the
brought to
point or
their
lost the
table
point,
this
you
year.
can see the
Everything's working
encouragement.
for New York.
Free's
What
been a
can
little bit
Boston
more
do to try to change the momentum
result-oriented
here
in
the
their
second half?
actions.
I think for them, it was a little bit of John Randolph making some good plays at the start, getting those early breaks. But after that,
let's see if a point like that will get his team off the bench. 95-72, couple points in a row for Freeze with Garcia in the lineup.
And not play so tentative.
Well, usually that guy would be number 87, Jeff Babbitt. How many times?
Short angle drop shot, chip down the line, sets up the passing shot, defense with the volley, backhand winner, cross score.
Player for the dramatic and big moments, but he's inactive tonight. Someone else needs to step up and fill that void.
+2 for altitude is under a minute left in men's singles.
In the first half. He's been a little bit of a steadying force. I think he's going to have a big game.
And look at that
and
emotion there. It's unbelievable to see from the whole team. I'd love to see Freeze just get a little bit more of that.
Stice now playing his good tennis.
That way,
forehand down the line for us there. Back to 20.
You may lose this game,
going to take his time, run a little bit of clock.
Going away quiet.
Only 3 turns for the Empire. 10 for Boston. 3 for 6 on their hucks. They had the one red zone giveaway as well from Carapella.
Oh, everything going the altitude
way.
10
turnovers, I'd
winner
estimate 6 of them have been unforced. Just 4 throws, miscommunications. You know, New York as a team, they do have 5 blocks, but Boston has given New York some gifts, and without that guy to help lead the way, you just wonder if the Glory have enough.
23-point lead as we finish this ball.
Day Murray on the opposite side for New York is just automatic reset
performance
that
there
can just
from
get the job done, and that's what Jeff Babbitt
the
usually
shot
does.
making. Unbelievable, JY.
He can just run and get the ball.
It's the Stice show tonight.
He can
there's a combination of women's singles of both players, but then when we look at the men, Stice came in third, but he turned it into his show. Loving this night. What an opening night. We'll be back with more tennis.
Trying to figure out what does your team need to hear to get back in the game emotionally and stop thinking about those mistakes and plays with aggression and confidence that they've done before.
Boston has all of its brain trust, including Sam Lehman, who was a key game planner for their championship team last year alongside Nathan Wicks, Jake Smart, and the head coach Sam Rosenthal. Lehman moved out to the West Coast, but he scheduled a work trip so he could be here on the sideline for this game. He continues to help a little bit from afar. Hopefully he and the rest of the Glory coaching staff have come up with some answers, and we're going to hear from the head man, Sam Rosenthal, right now. Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Tough first half. What stood out most to you about what you watched from the sideline?
What stood out most? We're not playing very well. How's that? Yeah, I mean, look, they're not taking it away from us. They got 5 blocks. 2 of those are under quarter heaves. They got 3 blocks. They're not taking it away. We're just not executing very well.
How much is Jeff's absence impacting the energy and spirit of your team, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Jeff matters a lot. He's the heart and soul of the team. I don't think anybody questions that. It's hard to gauge what we'd be like with him on the field. I can just tell you that, like, you know, a couple of meatballs that they came down with, I know Jeff gets those. He would help us for sure.
When you're going into halftime there and you know it's mistakes where it's misexecutions and, like you said, they're not taking it away from you except for the exception of maybe 2 John Randolph blocks. What are you trying to do as a coach? What's the speech like?
I mean, we got to stick with the game plan. I mean, I know the O's making a couple adjustments with the, attack the lane tags a little bit. But, yeah, we got to stick with the game plan. We're halfway through, which, mathematically means that, the same thing can happen in the second half, but our way or even better. So, no, I don't see any massive adjustments. Our D's got the disc, 3 times out of them, out of, I think, seven or so D points. That's pretty good. And we haven't been on the field that much, so we feel pretty good about the D. And I think we all have a lot of confidence in the O. We know it's a great O-line, and they're gonna keep us on the field this half.
Sam, we appreciate your unvarnished perspective. Best of luck in the second half. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan.
Sam Rosenthal, one of the most experienced professional ultimate head coaches. because he was coaching in the MLU here in Boston when they were the Whitecaps and winning championships. So really it's Kevin Stewart, who's the only active UFA coach who's been a pro Frisbee coach longer than Sam Rosenthal, although Nunez was coaching the MLU back in the day as well. So Nunez has a lot of years and a lot of wisdom too.
He's right that in the second half, Boston's capable of flipping the script. It seems like a tall task with this New York squad.
Welcome back to opening night at the Intense League, brought to you by Emory Sports Medicine, the official sports medicine provider of the Intense League. Opening night, just been a rocking and rolling appearances by the players, the coaches, and now a special one. I'm Jay Wyabona, Maria Mateus, and we got one of our best league ambassadors, Trey
for the Empire.
Let's go.
First experience being here, what do you think opening night?
Oh man, I mean that first arc was unbelievable. Coming down to the wire, 10 seconds left, you hit a game winner. I mean you can't have scripted it any better to start the night.
Gets a turn, but
what's been about this format that's brought you to us?
Another floating disc near the sideline, and You've been in some of the craziest
environments
and
in the
landed
NFL. What about Intense brought you here?
I love the energy. Now, for me, when you have energy like this in the building, you know, tennis is such a high upper echelon sport. Clap, clap, clap. No. I want the energy, the crowd rocking. I love the players taunting the other players while they're trying to serve and hit their shot. Like, that's the energy that I want. Playing in front of 100,000, it's never quiet. And that's what we get here with Intense.
Compared to traditional tennis, do you love the music, the fans, the screaming, the noise, the cowbells, everything?
Yeah, like I said, all of it. You know, again, to have the energy right here loud. People can't even hear us right now probably because the energy's high. And you want that. You want people to feel not only this, but the team aspect. You know, when tennis has kind of lost that when it comes to when these guys and gals get out of college, now they're going into singles. They can play doubles, but it's never the team atmosphere like they have right here. Cheering each other on, getting into it, keeping each other at a high level of charisma, of energy, attitudes. And man, I love to see teammates influence other teammates. 4 days
ago on Monday.
Did
you ever taunt any of your opponents when you were out there?
I mean, maybe just once or twice. You know, you try to be a good guy, but
about 15
I don't mind
yards and then ask for it right back.
We'll see who the villain is going to be tonight.
The back corner, and Jacob Cowan was unguarded.
They've been doing the taunting, the screaming. The difference in energy that you can see from the 2 benches has been very clear, and no doubt it's turning into a better play for the altitude tonight.
Yeah,
the Empire
the girls did a great job, man. Big Mo and Emma started off this game hot. I mean, the girls combined for what, 57 points together? I mean, that's insane. You talk about your girls dominating in the singles, setting their team up for the men's to come out here and play their game, not rush anything. Now we're getting to the double. To see these girls match up again, oh man, they're just getting started. And again, way to get their team going.
Malkia Nagonaway, Emma Burjic going to be starting things off in women's doubles for the altitude on the far side. Sion Mendez, Maria Navarro-Oliva on the near side for the freeze. Trey, you've been part of the biggest team format league there is in the world, but these tennis players, they're not used to this. What is important for them to remember when they're on the sideline that, you know, you're not competing, you still got to roll.
Yeah, everybody has a role on the team, and it's so important to understand that everybody, even if you're on the sideline, whether it's influencing, whether it's giving pointers inside the game, that's a big role. Everybody wants to be the star on the court, but listen, it's the teammates on the sideline who can get the job done, who can get the fuel inside of your teammates when you might be down in the game. Fortune were down 22 points, and came back and won with 10 seconds left. You have no time on the clock. Don't worry about it. There's plenty of game. Go out there, have fun, and your teammates are helping you do that.
99-79, Maria Navarro trying to get her team going. Had the angle volley winner. 2 points before, misses that. Sion Mendez trying to attack that forehand down the line. This is where we start to wonder, do you see the scoreboard pressure? That's the first overhit shot I've seen from her the whole night. Is she going to rush it? We'll see if Coach Pritchard can keep them calm.
Schnodigal on the Empire D-line, lulling Boston to sleep. Davis flips it for Simmons.
With the drop.
Maria, that's something you talked about earlier with the sides and doubles, how important that is at the net.
Absolutely, that wingspan just makes such a big difference, and I love to see how Altitude is already doing I formations.
Opportunity there, but
Every
Cable
time they're
didn't
serving,
recognize
someone
it.
is crouched down
Randolph
at the net,
flips
ready
it
to
for
parents
Elston.
around, and I think that makes a
Largest
huge difference
lead of the night for
in
New
making
York.
Freeze think,
The
where do I hit the
onslaught
return?
continues for the Empire.
Nice. Great post move by Mendez. Down volley
Sam
to Big
Rosenthal
Mo's
talked
feet.
about it, trying to figure out how to
102.81.
attack what we call these lane sag. New York, they're getting their defenders in the lane, preventing any type of gain of yards downfield.
They're going away, sneaking into the net, rushing the volley to Mendez.
Back before Ryan Dinner and Thomas
Freeze
Edmonds.
needing every point that they can get. 8 minutes before men's doubles comes up after. They're going away to serve.
Not a goal. The hard work paying off. He's taking some lumps early on.
This is that return. And how do you handle this? When you had the clock, your team was down a little bit. You know if you play well, you can come back. But you see that clock running back. Would you try to change things? You try to change the playbook? What do you do here?
Well, you want to speed up a little bit. You know the time is there, but you got to stay controlled. You know, the more you try to force it, the more you find yourself getting behind. You're a little, hitting shots a little hard. And right now, I want them to just focus on their game. But no, there is a time clock. But you got to play your game, and that's how you get back one rally at a time.
Well, we'll see how these teams are learning how to play in this format in this season opener. New for a lot of us, including them, Trey. It's so much fun having you. We're going to be seeing you throughout this season. Thank you so much,
Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you, Trey. It was so nice to meet
New York jumped out front 5-1.
This hit volley winner there.
The Empire have
Gets
never
back in
trailed
play.
tonight.
Going away. Boom. +2 for Mendez.
Friday night showdown.
Trying to make a comeback. Make it a night.
So far, it has been New York night in Boston.
Fault right back, not able to build up on that momentum.
McDonald, after 9 seasons with DC, joins the glory. Sam Rosenthal has raved about Rowan's presence, personality, his professionalism.
Altitude in women's singles was the amount of serve faults that
Whitecap
kept
days
Freeze in
NLU.
it. Seen a couple faults again.
Looking end
We've
zone,
had
just
11
shy
on
of the goal
night
line. A
from Berg.
tumbling
6
catch
from
made
Gunaway.
by Singer.
Over 20 overall as a team. Mendez trying to poach, trying to sneak in another +2 winner. Fist pump to her team.
A lot of traffic near that front pylon, and it's Lander DeCana going down and getting the foul call. Canarella.
Slight serve wide, forces the chip return, just lands on the line, sneaks into the net. Navarro, is he going to get a benefit of the net? No, she does not. They haven't had any of these lucky breaks.
On the goal line.
Sometimes just a little bit of luck can change momentums here, and I think they really would love some luck right now.
Tick while this is getting sorted out because it's outside of a
Big
minute
serve
to play.
going away, takes that forehand down the line, using that short
Now
chip
the
to bring
whistle
Mendez
blows, the
in.
restart play.
Forces that air long
Reset for
and
McDonald,
wide, 109.86
for Borth.
Altitude done a great job maintaining
the
their
energy battle
throughout.
right now.
High
The
energy,
body
but it's tough to
language
maintain,
on
and they've done
display
it.
is not all that
It's actually very
encouraging from the
impressive
glory.
how long they've been able to maintain their energy, and I really don't think that they're going to drop it anytime soon.
Timeout here from Coach Pritchard.
Out to space. It hasn't been easy all
Emory
night
Sports
long.
Medicine.
Boston offense, even when
They get to take a little bit of a break.
Like you talked about, Evan, that energy battle. There's a certain point in the
opening night
when you're
had
down.
a first
you
arc
just
earlier.
say, It's not
Came
our
down
night.
to the last
We're
point,
not gonna get
158,
up.
156
And you have to
fortune
fight
over
through that,
Outriders
but
tomorrow.
it's
We
difficult
will
to
be
see
back
how they
again
overcome
5
it
p.m. and
like that.
7 p.m.
What
You're in Atlanta.
what
Get
you
your
just
tickets. Come on
described
in.
is
Sting
what I
will take on the
remember
Rise.
watching from New York
Inferno
in
take
their
on the
playoff
Ritz.
game against
The Ritz
DC
have
last
the
year.
returning legend.
That got out of
Italian
hand in a hurry.
Claudio
And it was
Pistolesi.
just a DC
As
break
we finish
train
an
rolling
incredible
one after
opening
another.
weekend.
And there was nothing that
Assembly
the
Yards.
Empire could do to get back on track. Of course, a week later, Boston kind of did the same thing to DC.
Sometimes it's not your night.
Teams are going to be coming out of this timeout. They're going away, and Burgett's still in.
And it
Ferreira still giving him all the coaching he's going to use up every second he can. Looks like Mendez and Navarro going back to Pritchard, almost as if they wanted to talk more, as if like, hey, but what about this?
Incredible!
They're still trying to figure some stuff out.
Welcome to New York!
I think at this point in this arc, you gotta just play, and you gotta just trust your tennis.
They've been waiting
they're
for
all
you.
really good tennis players.
You talked about the energy
Going away,
battle.
big kick
Gonna light a
serve. Mendez does
fire
a great job taking
under
on the
anybody
rise.
on the New York sideline.
Angle
For fans
going
watching
away,
from
takes
afar,
it down the line
this
the middle.
is
Miscommunication, +2 winner.
Puts it out in front for almost anybody else. This is too far, but not for Desmarais.
This is their moment. 5 minutes left in women's doubles.
You make
20 minutes after this. Big forehand down the line. Birgit saying, not your time yet.
Absolutely electric. Is it possible to be stunned that he made that catch and also not surprised at all?
There's that reach, but good way to bounce back from Mendez. Hands are ready, +1 for freeze.
That was an awesome point from everyone involved. I think everyone was everywhere on the court, and that's what I love to see here, especially when things are moving so fast. You got to be ready for anything here.
Dave LeVar, the turnover.
No
New York
way!
Back in front by 8. And Brian,
Shot of the night
technically,
contender,
if Boston were to come back,
From
this
the
would
ground.
match the biggest ever comeback to win a UFA game. The record is 8.
Duval, great bounce back. We're going away with the chip lob into the court. Gets it back in play. Dangerous. Another +2. 6 points in a row for the altitude. 116.89.
Really could not get any better than this for the altitude tonight.
So tough to chip that lob when somebody's at the net. Drops right in there. And Navarro, some maybe the traditional tennis habits of just doing an extra job putting it back in play. And just gave that +2 opportunity. 117.89. This is the cushion the altitude want going into the final doubles bolts.
Edmonds, a big swing.
Going away serving big. Mendez returning well. If he can translate that into a little bit more of the rest of the rally, they might have something.
It looks like she's trying to return and come in. I think she's trying to rush them a little bit. Malkia going for that down the line again.
Drops the hammer.
Missed it.
His first of the night.
Dinger in the end
zone.
Settle down, settle down. I know you're hitting some great winners, but let's also play within ourselves.
Tova is the guy, Brian,
missed it long. Those high backhand
that
volley
needs
approaches,
to
not
bring
easy.
that swagger and that enthusiasm. We just saw Don make the layout catch, screaming with passion. Without Jeff Babbitt, this is Tova's team.
Volley.
And even if they don't come back and win, can they build some momentum? Because while both these teams have a game tomorrow, they'll see each other again in Mount Vernon next Friday.
Emma would love to get that serve back for sure, but she's all good. She's back at the line.
What do you do when you have a person like Ngonwe who's just everywhere and you're unsure as a returner?
I think you got to guess sometimes. You know, I mean, that is just too dang good from Emma.
Trying to figure out where do all the pieces go? How do they all fit?
122.92, 2.5 minutes left.
A strong
Ngonwe gives the point back with the serve, but still a big lead.
No mark at all right now.
Pritchard screaming some coaching advice to Oliva.
Off the clock. Atkins, little theatrics.
Chip coming in.
Pirouette.
That was a good poach. Got a little bit unlucky in the touch volley.
Foul goes against
Picks
Boston.
it up,
Brian, I
still
wanted to ask
there.
you this pregame, and I
Hands
forgot.
back and forth. Misses it long.
When you see these two teams playing the
What a
home and
point.
home
This is
back-to-back
world-class
Friday
tennis
nights,
tonight,
as Atkins looking for Yacht, Tyler Chan tries to go to the body, and that's not going to work. Then Yacht, too big.
Returning by Birgit.
17-9, Empire. 6th assist for Kins.
And this is just a matchup shot. Tyler Chan has a great motor.
Toss gets away from her a little bit too much, but in this format, you can't catch that toss.
But when it's single coverage deep,
Ferreira trying to ask for a little bit of a brush up, but it's kind of hard to brush it up when the toss is so far away from you.
Absolutely, especially here, you need to hit that toss no matter where it is.
Another
Little bit of
good
miscommunication
huck from
there,
Atkins.
and they
He's
get
picked
that
his
two-pointer.
Beautifully in that department. He's closing
And
in
I think that's what happens when Birgit's taking
more
so many
total
returns down the
yards
line.
tonight.
Mendez had
Brian, the
to look
question I
out for a
wanted to
return
ask you
down the line,
pregame.
hesitated and let the ball go down
Coming
the middle.
into tonight,
Great serve by Ngonwe.
did you think that the winner
126.95
of
final
tonight's
minute
game would
of
also
women's
win
singles,
next week?
women's
Or
doubles.
do you think that it's more likely to be a
And when you
split,
look at the points
regardless of what
Big
happens?
kick
for their
wide.
team,
I think it's more
unbelievable.
likely to
These
be a
girls are
split.
just playing
That was my
phenomenal
thought,
right
but
now.
I got to say, the way that New York is just laying the lumber tonight on defense, and that Boston is not scoring easy, they have to figure it out.
Another block for Randolph, swooping in. And then miscommunication, easily intercepted, pass by Dinger.
Fist pump.
First Empire turn to the second half, just their
the
fourth
altitude.
giveaway of the night.
They have been
and their first break
Mach
chance
10
that goes
all the way
awry.
through. Cheering on their team, supporting them, bringing the energy, the freeze. looking up at the clock, trying to
Carapella,
wonder
crossfield,
how much
blade,
time can we do this?
Fine-Dinger.
What do we do? What's the
And then up
strategy?
the line for
They haven't
Toba.
found it. Going away, coming in,
Looking
but
for the hammer again, over
10
Brownlee
points.
to the
Mendes
back
gonna
of the
try to
end
sneak out
zone for a
everything she can for the
tumbling
freeze.
Thomas Edmonds.
Burgett's doing such a good job with those returns down the line, changes it up.
Toba's starting to get
Lob
going
above
just
the net.
a little bit. He does throw the
Final
turnover,
point
but
here.
Getting it back. Brownlee, careless.
Swinging volley and they're going away, and they will take it.
But
Mendes doesn't
Toronto,
know,
this
but
is
she's
bread
so
and butter.
locked in, but the
The
clock
hammer
is
to
over.
Edmonds.
Maria,
Feels good.
it's still altitude with the bolt.
Altitude is playing
Caught that disc
unstoppable
in that
tonight.
corner of the
I
field.
don't really
You
know
had a
what you
hunch
do
that
when
that
you're freezing in this
cross-field
moment. I think you
diagonal
kind of
hammer
just
was
gotta
coming.
keep going for it. But honestly, altitude is running
By the way,
away
an
with
update
it
from
here.
Washington,
Let's see what
D.C.
we got
right now.
coming up next.
The DC Breeze, who were down 2 early against the Flyers, have taken a lead in the third. It's 18-15 Breeze with 4:30 to play in the third quarter. That game can be watched right now with Tyler Byram and Will Smolinski on WatchUFA.tv. Madison, Chicago also going on right now as Atkins launches another perfect puck. And a travel is called. So the throw is coming back. Erase it from the stat sheet.
Like Grundy explaining why that was a travel. I couldn't tell if it was, did he come in the wrong spot or what happened, or was there a classic toe drag?
Crossfield hammer. And it's dropped in the end zone by Yacht. Maybe he lost it in the lights. Fourth picks it up
We are
quickly.
getting ready for men's doubles,
And
both women's
Boston
doubles just finished.
immediately
Exciting
converts.
night at opening 2026 Intense
Cole
League.
Davis Brand with an
Beautiful
emphatic
center line
spike.
mic'd up
Glory
moment
within
with
6.
Tyler Stites and his
2
action
minutes to
tonight.
play in the third.
A little bit of life. This looked like an easy possession for Atkins. Again, not sure what the travel, but that's the definition of an uncharacteristic drop. We say it a lot, but I can't remember that ever happening to Ben Yacht.
Hey, we didn't want that one anyway. We didn't want
One
that
of the great
anyway.
receivers of his generation in the sport.
Big Mo!
Second all-time in UFA history in goals.
Tyler Stites been bringing the energy the entire night. Was actually the third male to come in,
The last
but they
4
kept him in all the way through
he
to
only
finish.
had 1 drop.
No shock he's going to get the starter tonight with
of
Felix
those
Coleman.
seasons.
These two have been a
They
great
were
1-2
probably
combo.
a lot more difficult than the one we just saw.
Raul
So
Garcia
the
on
travel
the near
brings
side
back the
alongside
Atkins puck.
Crucell
And
for
then
the
the
freeze.
drop from Yacht
Want to
allows
attempt their
Boston
comeback
to
as they're
secure
down
its
31
second
points.
break.
This is it. The big push needs to
Van
happen
Rosenthal
here.
often says if we get
Sell to
6
serve,
breaks,
slice to return.
we'll probably be good. They're going to need more than that tonight. New York's already got 7. Eberhard.
That's the start they want. Backhand winner +2 Garcia.
He came into tonight with 100%
And we see that energy from
completion
Team
rate,
Freeze.
Brian,
They're going to need this
on
for the rest
101
of
passes,
the time that
and
they
he's
have on these courts,
continued to
this
add
court tonight.
That was a great return by
after
Stites, but even
completion to
bigger
it.
by Sell. Corwin
York
caught that
is
volley late.
Pushed back. Nobody available. Lamar's got to throw something.
Eberhard, who
4
gets
points
3.
in a row to Freeze.
And then the crafty
Start they
Stuber.
wanted, 129, 102.
Nadiger
Altitude
sending
on the far side.
Desmarais.
Stites to
Can
return.
Don get this one? No way. No way. Not this time.
Going through
Find
that.
where to serve
I was
him,
like, oh,
clean
too
hit.
far. Oh, maybe.
Into
Oh,
the net,
too far. Oh,
129,
maybe.
103. 5 points in a row.
There's an injury timeout.
6 points in a row. Freeze rolling.
And walking off the field for Boston. Don, maybe next week or the week after when he's truly in midseason form.
Big body serve. Corwin covers the net. That's why you get so close. If you miss hit it, it at least still goes over. +2.
Sometimes all it takes is getting your racket on it there, and he mishit it, but it actually benefited him. He got a little luck there with some backswing on that volley.
Don't forget tomorrow night, game of the week on WatchUFA.tv, Indy at Minnesota. The wind chill trying to stay undefeated ahead of next week's Friday night showdown.
Forehand rally. Garcia
Free to watch on
that one,
UFA YouTube
131,
against the
105.
Spiders.
Garcia to
And
serve.
the undercard next Friday.
Mixed doubles,
Call
10
it
minutes
that.
after this,
Boston,
but
New York,
8 minutes
part
in
2.
men's doubles to determine
Don Desmarais versus Toba Decana.
who's going to be the winner opening night.
in New York.
Big forehand return to stop the Freeze from play.
Stop
the play from Freeze.
Unsportsmanlike penalty against the Empire. Called on Atkins. Brian, do you see what happened?
Yes,
I
this
missed
is
that
that.
one, but
Freeze 9-3 in this men's doubles bolt.
I mean, he has been known
The only
to
bolt
speak his
they've won
mind
have
from
been
time
the
to time.
second women's singles bolt, and it was only
In a
by
lovable
one.
way.
Everything else has been altitude all the way, and a lot of stice whenever he's on the court.
Weekend a few years
What
ago
a great
in
return
Minnesota,
from him there, and stepping
Lander
forward. The
DeCrana
more that these
sends this
teams can
one,
step
and there's
in, the better.
Benyat making amends.
We are going to have a timeout.
And timeout
These teams
called
try
by
to regroup.
Boston just seconds before the throw. Before you're going to get this back, and Yacht is not going to have that block. Sam Rosenthal not exactly celebrating considering the score line, but a confident stride from Sam as he heads to the bench and grabs the clipboard. Brian, a championship weekend a few years ago when Alex Atkins was on the panel, you and Ken's got into it a little bit in a friendly but contentious way, as both you and here want to do.
Yeah, I love that. I love experiencing it. It's one of my favorite things, especially
I think Stice and Fed are feeding off each other.
Done in a friendly way, but in the heat of competition, not everybody's going to take it that way.
Who are your favorite players in Ultimate to needle, and where does Atkins rank near the hierarchy at the top?
I mean, I had to learn as a coach. You're not on the
let
field.
Freeze back in. We can put him away and make the league so big that it's almost impossible to come back. Freeze is getting things going.
A lot of trash talk.
10-4 in this men's doubles ball, but that's a great return by Stice deep on the line.
Not during the game, but after the game, at the bar. After the season with Atkins.
Stice
I remember you trying to push this button.
locked in on every single return.
Off the restart, nearly a Boston giveaway, but Edmonds saves the possession with a
Stice
bid.
coming into the net. Sell trying to cover the middle, but too heavy from Stice.
Something about the altitude
Gets
team is
another
they're
one.
translating so
That's
much
his fourth
energy
of the
to their
night.
teammates. They're almost having to move
What
out
a
of the way
luxury to
every
have
time
this
the ball
guy
comes
on
close to them because
defense.
they're basically
They
on the
switched him
court,
over to O
just
last
feeding
year
all
out
their
of
energy to
necessity.
their teammates.
But
The
on
body
D,
serve
he
that
is
Ferreira was
making
asking for.
everything
Jam Sal
happen for
returning
New
to the net,
York, and
137,
Whitlock with the
108.
skying snag. Feels like the knockout punch with 11 seconds to go in the third.
There's the poach.
And that's a third block.
There's the coaching that doesn't happen in traditional tennis. Sure, it's allowed a little bit more, but they can't be as involved as they are now. The effectiveness and impact that a coach can have is being shown
they're not taking
front and
away.
center.
Absolutely paying off right now, especially for
He
team
has
altitude.
been a block machine in this game.
Another big backhand, a little bit
Big
late,
game
but that
player.
one was long.
Always
Garcia
has
looking to
been.
make sure this time they did call it out.
The only thing that you have to regret a little bit about Jay Murray going to New York is that the one matchup you want to see.
Big overhead, another +2.
So I'm buying tickets at
Idea
Fire
there from
Practice.
Caruso. He really wanted to hit that lob. He just didn't get quite enough on it. I don't know if he
All right,
mishit
final
it, but
10 seconds
didn't get
of the
quite as deep
third.
as he would have
Boston
liked
will
it to.
receive to start the fourth. Ben Sadok launching at about 70 yards, floating toward the
And this is the
pylon.
tough
It's
part in doubles when you have
deflected,
someone
but
like
blocked at the
Garcia
buzzer
that likes to
by
hang back. When you get
Oliver
two
Bay.
players at the net and they play well, it's very difficult to overcome
Empire
that in
led
doubles.
by
And
6
Stites and
at
Corwin
the half.
all over the net.
They win the third quarter 5-4. New York has won each of the first 3
If
periods
it wasn't
tonight.
for the serve faults, I mean, this lead would be
What an evening of events so far.
Completely agree. And I don't know if that's because they're just
barring a
going
crazy
for more
comeback
because they feel like
from their first loss
they
of the
can
season.
because they're such a
Thursday.
big lead, but
And tennis.
Big return by Corwin. Pushing Garcia all the way back, but with that time, big forehand down the line, +2 for Freeze.
that's exactly the two-pointer that Freeze needs. Hopefully they can use that as some momentum here to keep it moving.
Big kick serve, Corwin trying to run around, but too much action on it. Garcia moving fast, trying to take advantage of the clock, play as many points as he can, make up the deficit. Big return by Stice, down low to Sell, point for altitude. The movement, the poaching, the defense from Garcia, back in the cross-court rally. Both players trying to find his forehand. Garcia couldn't do it as well as Stice.
Victory. Elevate your game with Victory insoles and recovery footwear at VKTRY.com. Delta THC
Final 4 minutes of men's doubles falls point back to freeze. 143, 115.
I think if you're Garcia here, you really try to poach. You look for it. Oh, and he tried it. Tried and missed, but that was the right move there.
And Disket. Round net meets ultimate. Disket is the must-have portable game for every UFA fan. Get yours at
High formation, Corwin to serve, Stice down low, hangs middle, tough down to the net. Garcia to serve quick once again.
Through 6 weeks, the Oakland Spiders have redefined dominance.
Heavy dipper down low, Stice covers that well, Garcia back into the net, just long.
And looking better than ever. We've got
Garcia to serve quick once again.
Ultimate as the Spiders in wind chill battle by
Good
the
eye
bed.
formation to throw Stice off. Garcia heavy forehand, Sell looking for that opportunity to poach.
Possession of this fourth quarter, a Boston Hawk.
What a rally.
And a pass interference.
What a rally to stay steady and calm. Garcia overhits
the Empire.
Entire altitude team is
Goes
on the
against
court, ladies
Nautical
and gentlemen.
on Toba de Crana.
High formation once again, keeping the returner.
And Sago gets it to Edmonds for the score. Boston within 6 with 11:18 to go. Ryan, next weekend going to be a good one, but first let's talk about what happened here on this cable hawk.
Trying to run a little bit of clock where you see on the other side, Freeze moving fast.
A little too physical.
Altitude are trying to take some clock, run it down, something you can't do in traditional tennis.
And after that,
you can do tonight.
Finding the creative space. Scuba, high traffic area.
Big return +2 cross
Sudoku
court.
has been a steady presence over the years for Boston. When he first came onto the scene, right out of college or even still in college, I mean, he was
trying to go big, trying to feel some confidence, went for the ace, but point for altitude.
Going every other.
Under 2 minutes.
Well, as Coach Sam Rosenthal has
Imagine
said,
Corwin and Stice are going to play this all the way through.
Do everything, when he can just
Miss
be a
hit,
piece
run
of the
around
system.
forehand.
But glad he's okay after he got dinged up earlier in Boston Street.
Stice has just put so many
chaos
points up
here
for his team
defensively.
tonight. It really is the Stice show.
Yeah, a heck of a
The
release
emotional
valve.
leader on the court for his team has lifted the spirits of everybody
Sounds like a
else.
silly
The
question.
high fives all
How do
around
you
from
think
Corwin
Dante
to
Moraes fit
everybody.
into the Empire offense
150,
tonight,
119, 130 left before mixed doubles takes the court.
They didn't look great.
Freeze, wondering when the thing's going to thaw out and get a little bit better.
And Atkins can't make the catch as Rowan McDonald gets the block. Here comes
The most
just the
amazing
sixth
part to
break
me
chance
is
of the
even
night
with
for
such
Boston.
a
They're
big
looking
lead,
for their third
you wouldn't
conversion.
know it was such a big lead by looking at the altitude. Every point seems so important to them.
And I think that's why they have such a big lead, because they're playing every point with so much intention.
Big kick up high above the shoulder.
Looking long.
Under a minute.
To get within 5, and it's Carrero
Tried to
hauling
post,
it
but
in.
great return by Corwin.
Just the third break of the night for Boston.
Cowan hangs it.
Another
Normally
missed
that's
return
good
by
option, but
Stice.
Not
Garcia
enough
gonna play
on
fast.
it to get past Rowan McDonald. McDonald fades this, and then Guerrero does a great job of boxing.
Don't know what
out,
happened there.
making it easy.
Not sure if he broke a string, had to get another one. Corwin with the ball just long. Points in a row to Freeze.
I don't know how that ended up working out, actually. I don't know how he didn't get hit by the ball.
Finally, Garcia misses a shot. 152, 124.
You know, we said
The Freeze
earlier
might win this bolt,
it would be
but
the
that
largest comeback
that
ever,
margin
but
of
now he's
victory in the
15
men's doubles
10
bolt,
minutes to go.
not
Seems
enough.
a little
The
bit more
altitude will take advantage of the rule and run the clock down.
When New York came to Boston,
the Stice
Empire were without Jack Williams.
Yeah,
He was battling
that's all we can say over here. That's for
Boston
sure.
was in control
It's going to be
all game long.
interesting to see what the Freeze can do here, but altitude is incredible tonight.
And then
the Freeze will see what they can figure out when we come back. 10 minutes of mixed doubles. It's their final opportunity.
New York came all the way back and tied it and took it to overtime. Atkins. Cross field, floating for a while, and Schnottigl is there. Kind of a hodgepodge line here for New York. Oliver Chartok is His role has shifted tonight with the arrival of De Marais, but he's been a phenomenal release valve through the years.
Playing whatever role they needed.
Atkins again switches fields with a powerful hammer. Whitlock for Schneidegers. Back to Whitlock. It's fun to watch guys that don't play a ton of offense getting to run the show. Whitlock to the back of the end zone, and Oliver Chartok steals it away from Drew Schnaudegel, who was there waiting for it.
And he doesn't care that much. He's usually doing the dirty work. It definitely looked like it was for him.
We're back and getting ready for mixed doubles, but Kelly Cole has Montana going away with some comments.
Yeah, if I had to pick an MVP for sideline energy tonight, it would definitely go to
but
Montana.
Oliver's
Just
like, give me
describe,
that.
I mean, the sidelines with your team right now, how do you guys find this kind of energy all match long?
Honestly, it helps the fact that we spent like 25 hours a day together.
Jersey
So we already know
right?
everything about each other, from its favorite color to the shoe size to our dreams, nightmares, and everything in between. So knowing all of that and knowing how genuine these people are makes it so easy for me to fight and be passionate with all of them.
Look at you, girl. I would guess Stice's favorite color, green, as in gold. Full bow tonight. Has he not been?
He has been. He has been. And green is his favorite color. But you know what my favorite color is?
What is it?
The color of your eyes.
Look at her. See, she's my MVP every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Under 9
Well, there's going to be 10 more minutes to see who the on-court MVP is right now.
New York is a tough turnaround.
Good argument, Stice is going to have it.
Dinger
See if the Freeze can pull something
Elston
out
is there to
from their
smack
side
it
of the
away.
court. He's down by 38. Or is that 28?
A little bit of a force
Show
from
me that Duke
Dinger.
math.
Looking for Jakrana deep, and Elston giving chase in the help defensive side.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's not going well.
We're just going to call this a big lead as Stice is going to lead the way with Emma Burgic. On the near side will be Sion Mendez, Raul Garcia, big fist pump as they want to slam the door shut on the Freeze on opening night.
Boston may
Seen
not
a
be
lot of tennis,
undefeated
60
for that
minutes
much
to play
longer.
before this. Women's singles, men's singles, and then women's doubles and men's doubles, mixed doubles to finish things off.
See what DC does. They're currently 20 to 19.
The first 2 nights of opening weekend. We'll be back tomorrow for some more action, but tonight has been a heck of a start.
On this rivalry
Sion
weekend
Mendez
Friday.
trying to see if she can bring back some of that MVP performance from last year. But the energy
Antoine
from the
Davis
altitude,
sending
it's
Panarella
unstoppable.
going for the body of Edmonds, and he comes down with a score. This guy didn't play Ultimate 2 years ago. Just finished his sophomore year at Georgetown, and he has been a stat-stuffing machine since getting activated for the Empire.
The more chances they're going to get, though,
Great
so
box
I like
up by
to
him
see
against
that,
Edmonds, and
especially
what
at
a
this
throw
time
by
of the
Antoine
night.
Davis. We haven't seen him huck it like this because of Vanity.
Serve just long, under 9 minutes.
He's normally on the receiving end of those goals.
Mendez trying to approach the best opportunity, hasn't connected.
This one feels like it's over, and the analysis is going to begin for Boston.
I formation once again. Good serve by Burgess, jamming Sion in the forehand.
Without
I really like
the
the
guy
formations. I think it makes the opponents just think so much. Where do I hit the return? Where are they going to move? And it's
regardless
showing.
of the injury that he's dealing with. So this is going to be about whether Toba and Thomas and the rest
Garcia
of
running
this
around the
Boston
backhand,
team
trying to hit the
can
forehand inside in,
regroup.
but great reflex volley through the middle
Thomas
for
going,
altitude.
Cable shooting, Schnaudegel chasing. Toba with a little body push, and he comes down with the score. Schnaudegel smiling. Toba.
Burgess with her 14th fault of the night.
Teed up.
Hasn't made enough
After
of a difference
the
due to
late
how well
disc
the rest of
lift
the team
in
has played from the
Schnadegel's
ground.
direction.
I think
Big backhand when she does stuff like that, doesn't matter how she serves. We saw all the return winners and women's doubles.
A good job of
following up
out.
again in mixed doubles, 161, 126.
Makes the easy grab, and then you're just worried about coming down on the legs.
Another forehand inside hand winner. Unstoppable, the Stice show.
Oh my goodness, this is insane from Stice.
And the Freeze right now, we can pretty much say it 163, 126 down, 7 minutes. they're not going to win tonight, but for them, they need to figure out how do they play against the altitude. They're going to meet one more time in this season. They got to figure out what the right matchup is. The game style is mixed doubles, doubles. Who do you put in? You can still take advantage of this time.
And I wonder if it is just going for a little bit more. What do you think, Jay? Why do you think they should start out just going bigger?
I think they needed to find their nerves much better in tonight's matchup. They struggled to really get going. They didn't get comfortable. And I just think the energy from the sideline, I think, was probably the biggest determining factor overall for the altitude. It lifted the play on the court, and it just didn't see it enough in the free, so I wonder how they're going to come back from that. And I just wonder, you know, what Pritchard is going to do on who he starts. The coaching changes that they're going to make in practice. And I think if your altitude also, you know, this is a moment where you maybe try to get Sebastiani Leone in and try to get some action.
Yeah, for sure. See what she's got. See what she's made of. But, you know, when her teammates are doing so well right now, I don't blame them for just saying, you know what, you guys do your thing.
Will be right there,
I think the one thing is just in this format, this league, this arena, this is so different. It's a debut for almost everybody in this league. And you never know when you're going to need her. And the experience of being in this arena and actually playing is invaluable. So if you do need her later on and she hasn't played, you might put her in a little bit of a tough spot. So I think this is one where you start to look a little bit past this, even if you're the altitude.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really, really good point. She needs some playing time out here. Again, everything is just so different from traditional tennis. And if you haven't been out here enough, she needs some time to get used to it.
Serve fault for Sell, going to go back to return.
Timeout taken by Boston, down 6 with 6:23 to play.
I don't know if Ferreira's taken a breath in the last 65 minutes. He's been so locked in. Big forehand return. Hits the back fence. Nice little shot out to center line. One of our sponsors helping us get this season debut underway. And we see Sell standing in the middle of the box, trying to figure out what can I do. What a great return. Great serve by Burgage, but didn't work out. I think you got to try some different stuff. Australian, out of formation, serve and volley. What do you do if you're freeze? You got to figure something out.
And it looks like Caruso wants to prance on some of these volleys.
One championship is awesome.
Stice coming in, racking up another +2 winner.
On the UFA YouTube page, episode 3 is
having an issue.
LeVar shooting it for Yacht. He's got step. LeVar's throwing nice. LeVar shooting it for Yacht. He's got step. LeVar's throwing nice
everywhere. This guy.
It's so cool to see the team altitude, even with this much of a lead. They are playing every point like they are down in the score with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. It is so amazing what they're able to do out there.
I really think that Don
big backhand down the line, misses it wide. 179, 137, minute 15. Sell the serve to the freeze on the near side. Misses that serve long.
But I think Jack was better hooker. Jack had that ability when he needed to break it out and just sent it and make the big throw.
Just a reminder, Don just
big serve once again. You have to say, for as many faults as Burgess has had, she's also had a lot of unreturned serves.
He sure has. And looking at Team Freeze, it looks like they're definitely ready to kind of wrap it up and get out of here. I think they're going to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do better.
And that's something that he could still grow and even more games.
Talked about how he talked to Don for a while last fall after the season. He talked about how he's an incomplete player and still has so much.
30 seconds left to sell. Misses that backhand wide. 183, 137. Burgett's already having a little bit of a celebratory dance towards the sideline. There was that big moment earlier in the arc when she was scary for everybody else with her serve, but then found that little timeout where she started dancing a little bit, enjoying it. And they're definitely going to enjoy this as they go down, run the clock down. 185, 137. What a performance by the altitude against the freeze. As we see that team celebration, something we don't see a lot of in traditional tennis. The hugs, the camaraderie, the community that they've been creating, working so hard to get ready for opening night. As we get to look at the prize money spotlight after tonight's win by the altitude, $9,000 brought to you by the Payment Labs. Extra little bonus that they're going to enjoy and get some steak dinners. And we'll look in at our lock-in play of the night brought to you by Solaris. It's got to be Tyler Stites, right?
Well, look,
absolutely.
When this game
that is just so tough. Backhand slice, defensive passing shot winner. Stites, lock-in play, but also lock-in MVP of the night. Kelly's with him right now.
Did not have their best night, not even close.
He's got to do an interview. He's letting everybody know.
Most of the time, they threw a pass that looked like it was midair, like it could be a turnover. The Empire still made that
amazing, honestly.
Over and over again.
We worked so hard this week, and we dealt with a lot. And for this team to come out and play as well as they did, and be as composed as we were throughout the whole thing, it's very impressive. I'm very proud.
Composed and fiery, maybe? How about the sideline energy that is constant?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, JY said it to me yesterday. He was like, I don't know if you guys are going to win, but you guys are going to have the most fun. And we have been having a blast all week. I mean, this team, I love this team already, and we're only in week 1.
Tick toward 2 minutes
Winning
left.
is fun. Watching you is even more fun for us, Tyler. Thank you. Guys, JY, you called it.
New York
winning is fun. A lot of fun for both of these teams tonight. Fortune with the 158, 156. Final second win, 185, 137. But tomorrow we'll be back 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Rise take on this thing, and we're going to take on the Ridge. The opening weekend is just getting started.
Again with 2 minutes even left.
Anything close to what it was tonight, it's just going to blow the roof off out of here. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yuan comes through. Could have been a strip. In Antoine Davis's grasp.
Don't look now, Brian, but on WatchUSA.tv, Carolina is down.
Don't look now, Brian, but on WatchUSA.tv, Carolina, who was down 4 just a minute ago, has cut their deficit to 2. They got 3:58 to go at Carolina Field, DC. He's playing without E.J. Merriman, who broke a bone in his knuckle up in Toronto last week. Wishing A.J. all the best in his recovery. He could come back later this season, but he's unsure. Big loss for the Breeze, but they've still got a 2-goal lead without A.J. With about 4 minutes to go, fire up WatchUSA.tv. And hey, look, if you're watching this game on YouTube or one of our many partners, we're glad you're with us. And if you haven't yet purchased a WatchUSA.tv subscription and you're enjoying the night's game and want to see more Frisbee, please support our league And subscribe to WatchUFA.tv as we continue to elevate the sport of Ultimate Frisbee domestically and internationally and showcase the world's best in big games like this.
How much of Europe is up watching right now?
Thank you to
Intense.
Intense.
How much of Europe is up watching right now?
Middle of the night in Belgium.
A lot of these stars making a difference.
In New Zealand, so it's not a bad time.
Well, it's the middle of the night in Belgium, but it's already Saturday morning in New
Thank
Zealand,
you
so
to
it's
the
not a bad time
UFA,
for the folks in New Zealand.
Ultimate Frisbee Association, and the Greater Sports
New
Network
Zealand
for
fans
hooking
here
this
wearing
all up
Whitlock jerseys
today.
in the crowd tonight.
I appreciate all the sports I've been following along, sitting here with you guys. I'm listening to it as well from afar.
What they've had in Hormel Stadium here tonight. But Don DeMarais in his debut will not finish
Boston,
perfect. He
no
throws
longer
the
undefeated.
turnover. Intercepted by Graf. A chance for Boston to get back within 4 and make the final score a little bit more cosmetically pleasing, for whatever that's worth.
Working with Graf, a touch for Cole Davis-Brand.
Tyler Chan working with Graf, a touch for Cole Davis-Brand.
New York's going to improve to 5-1. Boston's going to
Final
fall
minute.
to 5-1.
New York's going to improve to 5-1. Boston's going to fall to 5-1, and these two teams will meet again next Friday night in the Big Apple.
Montreal and Philly.
Both play tomorrow at Montreal and Philly. Lander DeCrona scores with not much time left.
Scoreline being 4.
He's had a couple of moments in this game, and with the scoreline being 4, now it really is John Randolph is the entire difference of the game. But on top of that, the start from Boston's offense was not championship caliber.
No.
Rush throws, misexecution on simple throws. And you walk away from this game if you're Boston and you're not down in the dumps about it completely. Yeah, you want to play better, and you can erase this. And you know with a healthy Jeff Babbitt, towards the end of the season, this is probably a different story. Is he worth 4 points? The answer is, I think most people would say yes.
Exactly what his impact is.
You're shaking your head a little bit.
Well, it's hard to quantify exactly what his impact is athletically, tactically, emotionally.
I think you're doing a pretty good job of doing it right now. You're outlining it pretty well.
I just know he's the only player in the league since Goose Helton that's won 2 MVPs with 2 different teams. And Babbitt wasn't far off from winning his 3rd straight MVP last year. Got outplayed by Toba a little bit, but you know, Babbitt was huge at championship weekend as well. It's an interesting offseason for Jeff. He wasn't sure whether he would sign up to play. Some personal stuff going on, but of course he was back and played the first 5 games inactive tonight, and the Glory have missed him. New York Empire were undefeated against Boston when they had Jeff Babbitt, and Boston with Babbitt has won 3 of 5. One of those losses was a game that the Glory did not need to win late last season when they had the #1 seed locked up. But Boston with Babbitt, now 3-3 against New York. It's the Empire's night in Boston as New York wins in Don DeMarais' Empire debut, 21-17. And these two teams will say good game. Look forward to tomorrow, and then 1 week from tonight, they will see each other again. And the Empire will see if they can withstand Boston's bounce back effort. But tonight was all New York, Brian. They jumped out 5-1. They led by as many as 8. And the final score makes the game look a lot closer than it was. This was New York showing its best stuff.
New York playing great defensively, great game plan to limit DeCrona early, and then Boston also having a down game led to this one being not close. But if you're a Boston fan, I don't think you need to lose hope. There's some adjustments to be made, and we expect both teams to be at their competitive peak towards the end of the year.
So many different stars for the Empire. Obviously, Atkins, a big night. John Randolph, huge defensively. The early Callahan. And the Empire with that championship look. They strike against Boston tonight. 21-17 is your final. We're back to talk to the Delta difference maker and wrap it up from Hormel right after this.
I'm actually going to wrap it up early from here, but thank you guys for being here and supporting content like this. I appreciate you all. Chill, thank you for the sub earlier. BCS Baseball, thank you for the follow. Tomcats, thank you for the follow and kick. But yeah, we're gonna raid out. We're gonna raid over to our buddy, the Dirty Casual. So guys, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for more amazing content in sports.